think understanding all over now how bad it is here in Minnesota, and the fact that if we don't get some indictments on the from the governor down, then none of it's going to matter anyway. So anyway, the point I wanted to make is the fact that you can elaborate on that. Well, the fact that we have our entire government and our judicial system and our law enforcement is corrupt.
Yes, the corruption runs very deep, and I guess the biggest part about it to me is you mentioned something that's the most important is, we have a absolute desert of accountability in this country, and that's a huge problem to me. We don't have accountability for the lawlessness. We don't have accountability for the complete disrespect that has happened to the judicial system, to the Americans' constitutional rights. All of these things are huge problems to me, and they're actually the most important problems, really. But we have no accountability for the lawless actions of rogue administrations and rogue bureaucrats and federal agencies with 3 letters.
Well,
Walter, it's gone on for far too long.
So a couple hours ago, the House Judiciary Committee said that they're going to be holding Hillary and Bill in contempt this Wednesday.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure they're shaking in their multi-million-dollar house. I'm sure they're terrified. The deal is that unless something happens, the problem is you have to have a DOJ that is willing to move on that. Okay, so they can do all of the contempt and everything they want. They can hold as many hearings as they want. They can do all this stuff, but all they do at the end of the day is they refer to the DOJ. That's all that happens. So if the DOJ is going to actually move and actually do something and arrest them, if we see Hillary Clinton in handcuffs and Bill Clinton in handcuffs for contempt of Congress, then I will be, then I'll say something might actually be happening. But right now we're on the something probably won't happen part of the meter. Nothing ever happens. What's the meter at? It's like nothing ever happens. Something might happen. Something is probably going to happen. That's the meter. So we're on something that nothing ever happens is where we're at still on the meter. I'm not going to hold my breath to see Hillary Clinton in handcuffs. As much as I would enjoy it, I doubt it.
Has anybody checked to see if they're still in the country?
That's a good question. I know that it was pretty funny when the country of origin stuff came out. Where what's his name? Alex Soros was listed. Niger. Where Niger is? Niger happens to be one of the few countries we have in the world that does not have an extradition treaty with the United States of America.
Yeah, she's there with Chelsea Clinton or something. To be honest with you, I saw that. But Jen, the one thing I do want to say is we don't have to check if these people are out of the country. It's a former Secretary of State, and it's also a former president, right? So Secret Service is literally with them. We know exactly where they are at all times. It's not like we don't. That's the thing. When they're getting held in contempt of court, it's not us saying, oh, we don't know where they are, we can't believe it. No, all Trump has to do is let me pick up the phone and say, where's Bill? And they're going to say, oh, I'm with him right now at the ranch. What do you need from him?
Really at?
Jordan, what I'm saying is the one thing the Clintons really don't want is to be in handcuffs, because at that moment, discovery takes over and it gets real interesting, right? So if the Congress is ballsy enough to say, yeah, we're going to hold you in contempt and send it to the DOJ, at that moment right now, I mean, maybe if they control Pam Bondi, but you have Donald Trump in the office, right? Do you not, I would be a little more scared of a Trump held in contempt than any other president.
Well, and then the other thing you got to think about in the long calculus of this is the Democrats might just throw the Clintons under the bus because they don't care anymore. So you've got the option.
Exactly.
They might throw the Clintons under the bus, but here's the problem with that: is if they go forward with it, you arrest the Clintons for contempt of Congress, and then you do all that, and the left gets back in charge. They will arrest all of us. Just so you're aware.
Well, remember.
Don't do that without the Clintons.
Well, hold on a second. Remember a couple months ago, Hillary Clinton, didn't she come out and say that if you take me down, I'm taking everybody with me?
Oh, God, yeah, I remember that. That was beautiful.
Yep.
That was beautiful. Yeah, I hope that happens. We'll see. I mean, the body count around the Clintons is very astronomical, so everyone needs to be a little bit aware of that. So I assume that, that should be pretty interesting when that happens, if it happens. What were you saying, Porter?
I was just going to give up this mic and just say thanks for letting me be here. So,
it's good to hear from you, man. It's been a minute. I'm good to hear from you. Always want to hear from you. You're more than welcome to come back anytime. I don't know if you guys are aware, but those who don't know, the Political Theater is a weeknight show that runs on X every night, weeknights at 9 p.m. So you guys can always come in here. The show is on every day of the week, pretty much. Even if we're traveling, there's a live video version of it. You can always go to WCDispatch.com. And that's where the live video version of the show goes. We do the weekends editions where it's just audio, but there is a live video aspect of the show that is during the week. We have both the space and the live video that runs during the week, so you guys can always tune in here on X, or you can go to WCDispatch.com and check it out there. And this is the best way you can support the show is subscribe on WCDispatch.com, or you can support me by subscribing directly here on X, and you get behind the scenes of the investigation stuff that I'm working on, the Somali fraud investigation. I've actually got a pretty interesting line on some of the stuff. So if you're interested in that and you want to support my work, you can always do that there. Okay, let's see.
One more thing, Walt. Critical fail is what has to happen here. We don't need to jump off like Jen keeps saying. Trump is allowing, I should say the administration and the DOJ is allowing this thing to just fail on its own so that they don't get blamed for all the crap that's getting ready to go down. So thanks again.
Man, good to hear from you, buddy. Okay, John Clover, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I recently went to a Democrat congressional debate in the 9th District here in Chicago and Illinois for Jan Shinkowski's seat. And Danny Bliss and Kat Abu, a radical feminist Muslim, these people are claiming that they're going to arrest Secretary Noem, Secretary Hegseth, they're going to arrest everybody, Kennedy, everybody. And they are so deranged and so dangerous, in my opinion. Now, just indulge me. If Trump is squeaky clean as a whistle, hasn't been compromised, is not a fraudulent individual, which hypothetically could be true, if that's the truth, why can't he do a nuclear, Hail Mary pass for the American people, invoke the Insurrection Act, suspend habeas corpus, and claim there's a national security threat and a serious conspiracy at the global level? I mean, Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, the COVID-19 ZAVs, the 9/11, everything. If he could make that claim to the American people and say, we've been betrayed, there is a global conspiracy, and we're putting an end to it, and we're taking America back, the top U.S. military bases would become the outposts. The U.S. military, and he's already preparing on deploying the infantry from the 17th Division. I can't remember who, but the point is, I'm just saying, if you are a believer that the deep state from JFK to 9/11 to COVID-19 is all interconnected, and that we have traitors in our midst, and it's obviously Bill and Hillary are two extremely corrupt, demonic, murderous psychopaths, and the fact that there is this underground pedophile network, and again, I would only hypothetically propose this if Trump is squeaky clean. If he's been compromised, then this type of activity will never happen because he is covering it up. He's not trying to expose it.
So let me just give you one piece counter to you here is the problem with what you're suggesting is you want the absolute radical reaction to actually fixing all the problems. So some sweeping major reform that's going to take out the entire government, and you think they're going to arrest all of these upper level echelon people. These things aren't going to happen, but it's not for the reason that you're saying. It's not because someone's corrupt at the top. It's because the concept of arresting all of these people is you have to be able to do something where you prove the crime. And if you just go suspend habeas corpus and going after these people, you're not going to be able to sell that to the majority of the American people, dude. It's not going to work. Okay, you may believe it, and a large percentage of the right may believe it. You may get 20-30% of the right that believes that, but you're not going to get the rest of them, and you can't do that and think that you're going to get away with it in the 70% of the country. It'll play directly into the Democrats' hands. They will 100% be in favor of that because they will say, oh, perfect, you did it, now we're going to do it the moment we get back in power. And if they they'll use that for the midterms. They'll take that into the midterms. They'll flip the House. They'll flip the Senate. They'll impeach Trump. They'll get rid of Vance. And they'll try and move as much as they can so that they can get to the point that they take back control. And then they will prosecute all of us under the exact same thing. So that is a huge problem to do it like that. You have to be very careful about how this works. You can't just go ram through it and hope that this is going to work, because trying to sell the entire country on the concept that there's a criminal conspiracy that has destroyed the entire country, that they control everything, and there's nothing we can do about it, is not going to work. Okay, unfortunately for most people, most people don't believe that the entire country is completely destroyed and is captured by everything and that there's nothing we can do about it. That's not what most people think. Most people don't even think about the stuff that we're talking about in here, okay? Most people don't even have, like, my guess is that a significant portion of the country doesn't even know that there's riots happening in Minnesota right now, okay? I mean, I guarantee you, this is how I do my baseline for this, okay? I've got a younger brother of mine who is he is a AI engineer in Silicon Valley, and I call him every now and then just to see, because he's one of these people that's so focused on his work that he doesn't watch the news. So I ask him, hey, have you heard about this? 90% of the time, what are you talking about? I've got no clue what you're going on about. Like, I mean, he'll grasp it if you explain it to him, but the majority of the time he's not paying any attention to it. He doesn't care. He's not working on it. He doesn't care. His life is fine, all that stuff. And that is a significant portion of the country.
Well, Walter, I
believe the purpose and do all that. You better realize that a large percentage of people are then going to freak out.
Walter, I agree with you. I think the status quo will remain. That 99.9% chance that the status quo will always persist. But if you look at history, if you look at Napoleon, there are freak radical occurrences of what you might call extreme movements of energy. And I don't think Trump is going to do it. I think that's kind of subconsciously how he got elected. But I don't think he will do it. I'm just merely presenting a hypothetical. But thanks for letting me present it.
No, you're right on the idea, because the hypothetical reality is that history shows us, you're absolutely right about this. History shows us that at some point, most republics go through a significant change, and the significant change is usually the collapse of the republic-style system, and then it moves into more of a authoritarian-style system run by a centralized area, which you could kind of argue has already really happened in this country. The executive branch does that already. But the reality is that at some point, it's very possible we could see Caesar rise again, and whether or not that happens or not, who knows? The interesting thing about the time period we're in currently is that within the next 50 years, we're going to get to find out. We're going to find out if an actual republic will manage to maintain itself as it goes through this kind of a turmoil, or if it's going to fall into one form of authoritarianism, or if it's going to change into a sort of an empire-style thing, if it's going to do all these things. That's all very possible. And I love when people say, oh, that can't happen, that could never happen. Well, people that believe that are the same people that believe that revolutions don't happen anymore. That's just not true. Okay, revolutions do happen. Okay, if you think that somehow we've managed to escape the pathway of history because we are somehow superior to the past, you're an idiot. Okay, the people in the past, the ancient stories of all these things happening, they happen over thousands of year periods. Okay, the Rome didn't rise and fall in a single day, and the Roman Republic stood for several hundred years before it had this problem. Okay, so it's very possible that all this stuff could happen again. I mean, people in Rome, do you think the Roman Republic, at the peak of the Roman Republic, do you think any of those people that existed then, long before Caesar, before any of that, do you think that at any moment they believed that in the future it would all suddenly turn into a massive empire run by a single dude sitting on a throne? Of course they didn't. They thought the republic would stand for 1,000 years, and it didn't. And what happened was it became sort of a republic run by both the Senate and the emperor together, and it still sort of operated like that. But again, you also think about it the other way, is that that the Roman Empire was more successful than the Roman Republic. So who knows? But the deal is, this sort of stuff has happened throughout history many times. So anybody who believes it's not possible, you're 100% right. It is indeed possible. But the cool thing is, we might get to find out, in the next 50 years, it's very possible that this sort of stuff could happen. If the country reaches a fever pitch, and here's the way that it could happen in my eyes. If the Congress refuses to do what the will of the people is, continues to refuse the will of the people, at some point that will break. Okay, at some point, the will of the people will overturn what Congress is refusing to do. Who knows when that could happen, or when it would happen, or why it would happen. Something may happen at some point. But the deal is, at some point, the will of the people will overthrow a government that they don't want to be ruled by. The people that believe that our military is going to turn on us, the U.S. military is not going to turn on the people and start shooting people in the streets. Okay?
Well, how's it going to happen?
What now?
How is it going to happen?
How is the
will of the people going to express itself?
It would be in history, Susan, what would happen, it would be an extremely violent revolution where lots of people die. That's how that would happen, according to history. And whether or not that happens again, who knows? But the reality is, these are things that could happen. I mean, it's not going to be pretty. If this does happen, it would be very, very bad. It would not be good for any of our current lives, let's just put it that way. It would not be pretty, it would not be great. You would much rather that the country sort of plod along and fix itself naturally if it can, which it might. I mean, the deal is that we are making significant progress in being able to do that. But to John's point, the point is that it could happen in the opposite direction. That is always a possibility. Violent revolutions happen. Violent revolutions have happened throughout all of history, and if a key moment sparks everything off, you have no idea if it's going to happen or not. It very well could.
It's like the Eye of Sauron is the perspective, meaning the frame, because the mainstream media and mind control with all these platforms and especially mainstream media, Napoleon was the first person to ever pull out cannons and mow down his own people. He was already a part of the military establishment. So the American military, if they take out these radical leftist street terrorists, it can be framed in a way that is an assault on we the people. So I'm just saying the framing matters.
Yeah, well, you never know. Again, this is an extreme hypothetical because the point being is that it is something that is possible. Whether or not I think it will happen, I significantly doubt it, mostly because our system is reasonably resilient. I mean, in the way you know that, okay, our system is extremely resilient because somehow, over the past 40 years or so, we've allowed billions and trillions of dollars worth of fraud. The entire country has been run by people that are morons, and somehow we're not, all swimming in, gutters, and the lights still come on, and everything still seems to operate, and generally speaking, most people's lives in this country are way better than anywhere else in the world. So our system is pretty resilient. And there may be the political unrest going on right now, but political unrest in terms of, getting to the fever pitch of a violent revolution, I would not say we're anywhere real close to that, because even if you're doing stuff in single states and all that stuff, at the end of the day, it's really, honestly, it's not that bad. Okay, so I'm going to go over to a couple people here. Go ahead, No Rose, you had your hand up.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. And did Jen leave? Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, I was just going to mention American Mission had posted this video of a very sane gentleman. I had reposted it, talking about protesting and how that word has been misconstrued, right? And it goes back to, for me, Walter, the moment the governor and the mayor of Minnesota said what they said, that should have been it. They should have been under investigation and charged with not upholding the law. Period. I mean, they're not upholding the laws in their state and in this country. And that is happening across the board in many states. But I think you're right, Walter. The accountability problem and the blatant disregard for law and order is really, when you see the repeat releases of these criminals by these judges, the failure to prosecute, them not arresting, misidentifying or misnaming what these people are doing is not, they are protesting, but illegally protesting, and it needs to be called out, because the Constitution does not cover what they're doing in Minnesota right now. It does not. That is not assembling to let, your legislators or, know that you do not agree with XYZ. What they're doing is lawlessness. And the governor and the mayor and the police are responsible for keeping law and order. And they're egging it on. And
Jordan made this point yesterday, Rose, that, I don't think we've ever seen a governor come out and directly say, we are at war with the federal government. I've never seen that before. Has anybody else seen? I don't remember that ever being said before. So to me, yes, I agree with you that this has hit a fever pitch of a different kind, specifically in Minnesota. But again, to me, I think the real reason Walz is doing all this is because, Walz is in the process of, he's now not even running for governor again. He's in the middle of a huge fraud thanks to him. He kind of doesn't have anything to lose.
Well, what's
He has to. Well, hold on, Rose. He also has to testify to Congress as well. And my assumption is that they also want the Insurrection Act, so he's forced to stay in Minnesota while all of this is going on, because either way, there's not going to be a clean transition of power while that's going on, right? So if they do invoke that, then he's kind of power. Oh, I don't have to show up for Congress. Look what stay type deal, right? Which is probably why Trump won't do it, which is my assumption, right? I'm not saying that that's fact, but I would assume that if Trump calls an Insurrection Act, let's say Monday, and Waltz has to testify to Congress by Thursday, they're just gonna reschedule that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to call the Insurrection Act, because Walter and Jen are exactly right. That is the trap. But what they can do is go forward with Waltz and with Keith Ellison and the whole gang and start going in that direction of holding them accountable, right? And force them into a corner where they're going to have to obey and enforce the laws of this land.
Yep.
They're either way, they're going to be in jail down the road. Now, when that happens, who knows? But when you have Besant and everybody and their uncle out there investigating the fraud, and all eyes are on them, it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well for them. Now, I say we keep things in perspective. All of the No Kings protests and the recent marches, that's kind of, to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, Walter, they're showing their numbers. Like, this is how many people we can amass, right?
Here's the thing about the big protests, okay? I've been working on an article that I was going to release. I was probably going to send it to Town Hall for this one, but the real reason that they curate these massive protests is it's what I refer to as protest culture. And I actually got that word directly from some of the protesters in Portland. And the reason they do it is because it maintains their control. Okay, so these big protests they were doing in Portland, and one of their strongholds, why are they doing these big protests in a giant stronghold of theirs? Well, while they're doing the big protests and they're surrounded by propaganda and people screaming about how much they hate President Trump, they've got 25 people walking around the edges of this, outside of the edges of the protest, registering new voters. They're registering new voters. That's their voter drive. So they do these protests so regularly so they can constantly generate new voters. Constantly. And that's why you have such a problem being able to fight these people once you get into these cities. How do you recapture the cities? Well, you've got to register voters and you got to get people on your side. You got to get people to talk, but they've got these big protests every single weekend, every single day. They got a new protest and they're registering new voters every single time they have that. And I've got photos of it from the last one I was at. There must have been at least 24 people wandering around the edges. I got asked like 4 times if I wanted to register to vote. I thought about doing it just to see if they'd send me a mail-in ballot, but I decided, it wasn't probably a wise idea, especially since it was only about 24 hours of me being there and Antifa had already labeled me as, a target. So, it was interesting to see though, because it was very clear that they, that's the reason they do it. The reason they have these big protests and they keep the culture going of protest is because that's the voter drive. And it works. And it works well because the radicals like it, their base likes it. They keep propaganda in the middle of the streets to get their voters out there. It's effective. It's highly effective.
Every June they got LGBTQ parades. It's the same thing. An LGBTQ parade in June is the same thing. It's vote organizing.
Yep, that's exactly right. Okay, Miss Lou, go ahead. And then, guys, I think we're going to shut down for a while because we've gone for a couple of like almost 3 hours now. So go ahead, Miss Lou.
Walter, you nailed it. It's about getting those votes. And, you know my age. I was back in the day when the Students for the Democrat Society, the Weather Underground, the Watts riots, that's all my era, okay? This is the long, slow march that none of us paid attention to through the institutions for decades. But for the first time, the communists that have infiltrated this country in every corner of it, including our government, have aligned with, they call it the Red-Green Alliance, had aligned with the communists that they subverted in the Middle East to get over here, import these guys, and the Somalis are just bag men. They're the ones capturing the money. The money's actually being found in Dubai for some strange reason, but
Well, the reason the money's being found in Dubai is because there's a very large Somali diaspora there.
There you go.
That's the reason that it's being pushed there. That's part of the Somali fraud investigation where we're at, and figuring out the physical cash part of it, which is something I'm focused on. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed the post I put up here on the top. I was actually talking about this earlier. I've got a source that she literally wrote the book on South Sudan. Actually wrote the book on it, and she was explaining to this and gave me a really good insight into why exactly some of these places exist, these Somali resource centers, these education resource centers. In those things, I think that we need to start kicking some doors in, because I think we're going to start finding large amounts of cash in these locations. So that's why all that stuff's happening. There's a reason that it goes back even further. It goes about the 90s when this stuff started, and it's because of the Office of Refugee Resources, or whatever the hell it's called, Office of Refugee Resettlement. That's what it is. We switched it so that it was run by refugees, which just turned into an ultimate fraud organization that's operated for a very long time. So hopefully we can fix all that stuff, though. But
there's one other thing I want to land with Walter, and I saw a post on it and confirmed it with BNK, who was in your space earlier. These Chinese that are coming in, and where they're having surrogate mothers, but they're also creating babies that they can that are going to be birthed as American citizens, and we're talking hundreds of tens of thousands of them, that they can use as voters, because they'll be American citizens, but they'll be Chinese voters. There's a whole thing on this, on how they're trying to get American-born babies any way they can.
This is something that's actually existed for a long time. This is one of the biggest problems with birthright citizenship. The concept that you can come here on a tourist visa while pregnant is insane. Especially if you come here when you're like 8.5 months pregnant, and then you give birth in the United States while you're here. That's the craziest thing in the world to me, that we give those people citizenships. I don't know why we do that. The whole concept of birthright citizenship needs to be reevaluated, and actually we might get an answer from the court on that, which would be fantastic. I would love to hear that. I would love for that actually to happen, because that's one of the biggest problems we have. The concept that you can just wander across the border, drop a baby, and then suddenly that kid's an American citizen and gets access to all Americans' rights, benefits, and everything else is insane and was never designed.
If you're a small company.
Hi, I'm Patrick Philly. He's Jason Leisure. We're with the Chicago Sun-Times. Jason, I just realized I'm very cool.
As far as I know, there are other witches who support the Bears, but I'm the only one that
Normal theater. We might have another late night show. I don't know. I'm thinking about popping one open here in a little bit after I go eat some dinner and relax for a little bit. But guys, make sure you guys follow all my people up here on the stage. I appreciate all the people who came up and actually chimed in. This was a good conversation. It was a good show this afternoon. Make sure you guys follow everyone up here on the stage. Subscribe to the content. Go to WCDispatch.com if you want to support this, and you can support me right here on X as well for subscriptions. All these people, I think Jack Tron and Jordan both have subscriptions available. So if you want to support our work, you want to support this show, that's the best way to do so. You can subscribe right here on X. This is a completely independently run group and an independently run show. So I appreciate everyone who comes here and chimes into the show. And we'll see you guys next time on the Political Theater. Thanks, guys.
that I think has come out and said they're the Bears witch. I think I ran up against a Green Bay witch last game. Because she came into my TikTok live and was like, well, no, I've done. Right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover. John Kitover.
Vote John Kitover! Bring John Kitover! Vote John Kitover! Bring John Kitover! We got you, John!
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover. John Kitover.
Vote John Kitover! Bring John Kitover! Vote John Kitover! Bring John Kitover! We got you, John!
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover. John Kitover.
Vote John Kitover! Bring John Kitover! Vote John Kitover! Bring John Kitover! We got you, John!
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover. John Kitover.
Vote John Kitover! Bring John Kitover! Vote John Kitover! Bring John Kitover! We got you, John!
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover. John Kitover.
Vote John Kitover! Bring John Kitover! Vote John Kitover! Bring John Kitover! We got you, John!
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover. John Kitover.
Vote John Kitover! Bring John Kitover! Vote John Kitover! Bring John Kitover! We got you, John!
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover. John Kitover.
Vote John...
January 6th. My...
Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch a mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, free to put a rubbo, Alistair Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve at your mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as you will, take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will.
Is that Abby Eba?
No other shall say
Nope.
nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, master, they afraid to put her elbow. Alistair Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will.
John Kitover, and I'm running as a write-in for Congress here in Illinois' 16th District. This district deserves a representative who listens and fights for everyday families. We're registering voters and collecting signatures to break the stranglehold of the Republican and Democrat machines. Want to add your name? Yeah, absolutely. Great. Just fill in your info here and sign at the bottom. Thanks for stepping up. Every signature. We're registering voters and collecting signatures. To dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve at your mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will. When, where, and with whom he will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, master, they and afraid to put a rabble. Alistair Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley.
This week, I received a letter from Turning Point titled "The Cease and Desist Mandatory Comments." This is the first step in someone's issue defamation.
Hannibal had carried her arms into the heart of Italy, to the gates of Rome before Scipio in turn gave him an overthrow in the territories of Carthage and made a conquest of the Commonwealth. Venice in later times figured more than once in wars of ambition, till becoming an object to the other Italian states. Pope Julius too found means to accomplish that formidable lead, which gave a deadly blow to the power and pride of this haughty republic. The provinces of Holland, until they were overwhelmed in debts and taxes, took a leading and conspicuous part in the wars of Europe. They had furious contests with England for the dominion of the sea, and were among the most persevering, the most implacable of the opponents of Louis Quatorze. In the government of Britain, the representatives of the people compose one branch of the national legislature. Commerce has been for ages the predominant pursuit of that country. Few nations, nevertheless, have been more frequently engaged in war. And the wars in which that kingdom has been engaged have, in numerous instances, proceeded from the people. There have been, if I may so express it, almost as many popular as royal wars. The cries of the nation and the importunities of their representatives, upon various occasions, dragged their monarchs into war or continued them in it, contrary to their inclinations, and sometimes contrary to the real interest of the state. In that memorable struggle for superiority between the rival houses of Austria and Barbie, which so long kept Europe in a flame, it is well known that the antipathies of the English against the French, seconding the ambition, or rather the avarice, of a favorite leader, protracted the war beyond the limits marked out by sound policy, and for considerable time in opposition to the views of the court. The wars of these two last-mentioned nations have in a great measure grown out of commercial considerations, the desire of supplanting and the fear of being supplanted, either in particular branches of traffic or in the general advantages of trade and navigation. From this summary of what has taken place in other countries, whose situations have borne the nearest resemblance to our own, what reason can we have to confide in those reveries, which would seduce us into an expectation of peace, cordiality between the members of the present Confederacy in a state of separation? Have we not already seen enough of the fallacy and extravagance of those idle theories which have amused us with promises of an exemption from the imperfections, weaknesses, and evils incident to society in every shade? Is it not time to awake from the deceitful dream of a golden age and to adopt as a practical maxim for the direction of our political conduct that we, as well as the other inhabitants of the globe, are yet remote from the happy empire of perfect wisdom, perfect virtue, depression to which our national dignity and credit have sunk. Let the inconveniences felt everywhere from a lax and ill administration of government. Let the revolt of a part of the state of North Carolina, the late menacing disturbances in Pennsylvania, and the actual insurrections and rebellions in Massachusetts declare.
I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment.
Rebel Shalom! Follower of the Rebbe. Follower of the Rebbe.
Seems to be answered. Seems to be answered. So what is the use of praying? My conscience is the only guide I need. As long as I am at peace with my conscience, I need not worry. Even if some of my acts and decisions and so on without end is the cleverness of the evil one in exploiting our weaknesses, our likes and dislikes. I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I may do harm to my natural development. I am a mature person. I can read whatever I wish, watch whatever kind of TV program or movies I wish. It doesn't affect me at all if I always say no to others in regard to sex or drugs or alcohol. I will never be accepted by others. I will never have any friends. I don't need confession. I haven't any graces. And besides, if I stay away more, there will be less danger. Opening confessions. My prayers don't seem to be answered. Seem to be answered. So what is the use of praying? My conscience is the only guide I need. As long as I am at peace with my conscience, I need not worry. Even if some of my acts and decisions
Santa baby, Santa baby, little Santa baby, baby, oh my little Santa baby.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, my little Santa baby, Santa baby, my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go.
To the people of the state of New York, a firm union will be of the utmost moment to the peace and liberty of the states as a barrier against domestic faction and insurrection. It is impossible to read the history of the petty republics of Greece and Italy without feeling sensations of horror and disgust at the distractions with which they were continually agitated, and at the rapid succession of revolutions by which they were kept in a state of perpetual vibration between the extremes of tyranny and anarchy. If they exhibit occasional calms, these only serve as short-lived contrasts to the furious storms that are to succeed. If now and then intervals of felicity open to view, we behold them with a mixture of regret arising from the reflection that the pleasing scenes before us are soon to be overwhelmed by the tempestuous waves of sedition and party rage. Momentary rays of glory break forth from the gloom while they dazzle us with a transient and fleeting brilliancy. They at the same time admonish us to lament that the vices of government should pervert the direction and tarnish the luster of those bright talents and exalted endowments for which the favored soils that produce them have been so justly celebrated. From the disorders that disfigure the annals of those republics, the advocates of despotism have drawn arguments, not only against the forms of republican government, but against the very principles of civil liberty. They have decried all free government as inconsistent with the order of society, and have indulged themselves in malicious exultation over its friends and partisans happily for mankind. Stupendous fabrics reared on the basis of liberty, which have flourished for ages, have, in a few glorious instances, refuted their gloomy sophism, and I trust.
Registering voters and collecting some.
America will be the broad and solid foundation of other edifices, not less magnificent, which will be equally permanent monuments of their errors. But it is not to be denied that the portraits they have sketched of Republican government were true just copies of the originals from which they were taken. If it had been found impracticable to have devised models of a more perfect structure, enlightened friends to liberty would have been obliged to abandon the science of politics, however, like most other sciences, has received great improvement. The efficacy of various principles is now well understood, which were either not known at all or imperfectly known to the ancients. The regular distribution of power into distinct departments, the introduction of legislative balances and checks, the institution of courts composed of judges holding their offices during good behavior, the representation of the people in the legislature by deputies of their own election. These are discoveries, or made their principal progress towards perfection in modern times. They are means, and powerful means, by which the excellences of republican government may be retained and its imperfections lessened or avoided. To this catalog of circumstances that tend to the amelioration of popular systems of civil government, I shall venture, however novel it may appear, to add one more on a principle which has been made the foundation of an objection to the new Constitution. I mean, the enlargement of the orbit within which such systems are to revolve, either in respect to the dimensions of a single state or the consolidation of several smaller states into one great confederacy. The latter is that which immediately concerns the object under consideration. It will, however, be of use to examine the principle in its application to a single state, which shall be attended to in another place.
Many years. That's how I met my husband. James very good at that too. But what I will say is like, first of all, I'm not really into women, and so, but like I said, when I'm bi-curious, that means I might try some shit, you know what I'm saying? But that's not really.
See, but that's where that's my fault, Archie. But that's where everybody keep crashing at with you. On one end, you're saying no. And then simultaneously you're saying, well, I feel like indulge and I indulge. Like it's not making sense. And every time they try to make it make sense, you're the one that tries to make it seem like everybody's confused. But simultaneously, it's not that they're confused. You don't want to own what you're saying. But you still say it. You don't want to own it. In my book, don't say it. But to say I indulge when I indulge, and when I don't want to indulge, I choose not to indulge. And the difference, but I got you, Gigi. But the difference, and the reason why I did the men instead of the women, because men hold men accountable. You don't feel it is what it is, my guy. Ain't no bouncing around it. And when it's time for women, you're giving off the impression it's more lackadaisical than it is men. And it's no, it's the same thing. It's just when women do it to women, we darn are
because you're repeating yourself. How can we you know what I'm saying?
Gigi, listen to what I'm saying. When women are offered a lane, women give them a lane to shuffle and dance. Men don't offer that same lane to other men. Like it's not a back and forth. We gonna go.
I'm not a man. All right, so listen. Let me say what I gotta say. You can't tell me what I'm saying because you're a man. You want to speak to me or speak for me. And I don't think you want that. I don't know how you want to speak for women. Come on in for a second. Repeat yourself 3 times and find it for me. And I was saying, you can't speak for me though. I would never allow that. Everybody know who I am, baby. I got my opinions. I ain't never switched. I ain't never changed. It ain't going nowhere. I said what I said. First of all, we are not like you. Period. We ain't like you. We are not men. We get to pick and choose what the fuck we want to do when we feel like doing it, how we want to. And we not just going to be labeled by a program that y'all made the fuck up anyway. As I said, first of all, if a nigga is sitting there doing weird things with another man and then still with a woman, he is bisexual. See, I like vocabulary. See, I'm a dictionary because I'm actually a lot smarter than you think I am. You can't just like make that up. You can't just like make that Pick up a dictionary and find out the meanings of these things. Now, if you a man that's just with a man, only been with a man, only dealing with men, then you're gay. How the hell, when I say I'm not gay, y'all get offended and literally go to police? I can't be gay because I'm a woman. I'm not a lesbian because I have a husband and I like to take
make you not gay.
If I might want to be curious and do something,
Superman.
I'm not going to lesbian because I don't just be sleeping around with women and things like that. No. There's also a thing called curious. And I'm not going to switch that up. That's just what I said. I'm not judging you or anybody else. That's just what it is. And I don't even, don't think that to me.
Well, Gigi, I didn't cut you off. I'll let you speak. Can I say this without you cutting me off?
Of course. Don't want me. I'm glad.
I'm having this conversation with Archie because I feel as though Archie's an intelligent brother. Archie, let me ask you a question.
What's your question, brother Claire?
You say things like that.
If you're curious about selling... Wait a minute. Gigi, you just said you could have a conversation when you was getting up.
Yeah, but do not insult me, though.
Wait a minute, you just insulted everybody just now with the whole...
No, I never insulted anybody. Yeah, because the definition that y'all put on my name, it doesn't matter.
I gave you said you were done. I just
All right.
Archie intelligent.
No, I'll take it because you don't take it too much.
Okay, if you decide to sell drugs, if you're curious about selling drugs, does that make you a drug dealer?
No, it doesn't. But if I'm curious about it, I have to actually do it, and I become a drug dealer.
Once you're engaged, you become a drug dealer, right? So if you're curious about sleeping with another man, does that make you gay?
No, it doesn't.
But the minute you engage in sleeping with that man, you're considered gay.
Yeah.
Now, after you sleep with that man, until you engage in sleeping with another, are you still considered gay? So,
yes.
What I'm saying is, because I carry the mindset of being considered bisexual, does bisexual really exist when engaging in the act?
No, it doesn't.
The act itself, bi no longer exists until you engage in the opposing.
Correct.
So if that's the case, one hand, there is no such thing as bi.
Right.
So when we get into the technicalities of these vocabulary words, it just creates a freedom for people to move about on some goofy shit on certain levels. So if that's the case, when you offer me this conversation from the vocabulary position of choosing to approach it, then at certain degrees we're showing that words only hold the weight of the meanings of one choosing to respect it. They get a pass on certain So if I don't want to hold something, or I want to get shit down a little bit, what it does is it allows me to dance around and be okay with something. It was a statement made, I don't know an individual said, see, men created these lanes and fucked it up for us. So in other words, I want to be freely sexual. I want to sow my oats and do what I want to do. And it's because of these men standing on morals and pushing certain rules and laws and understanding, I can't be frivolous with my vagina.
It sounds like you one of them pastors, and then you got one goddamn person in the front seat Agent Orchie. So let me educate you on something really quick, right? Because you sound like one of the pastors that just came out of jail for 15 years and you trying to redeem yourself. So the word gay definition, sexually or romantically attracted to a person or one you, specifically of a man. So that whole speech, you just gave. Talking about people just using words and get around what they gotta say. Yeah, come on. Can I get an amen, Archie? No. What it is what it is. A gay motherfucker is a nigga what a gay means.
Let's
A
talk.
lesbian is a lesbian sleeping with a woman. A bisexual is a gay or a man that's sleeping with both sexes at the same time. Can we preach the right way with a definition in a goddamn dictionary coming from Webster? Where is my choir?
Gigi, cut this shit out.
Amen. Where you at, Archie? Amen. Do I have to read it to you again? See, that's why y'all need to gay as fuck. You don't even know the definition of a goddamn gay man. A gay is a nigga. Archie, where my amen at? You amen. This fake ass, lying ass preacher. And he probably did 15, 20 years goddamn prison. And we listen to him now. Oh, he has some goddamn prison. Yeah, listen to him now. These little fat ass motherfuckers. You know, goddamn well, the only reason why he bringing up gay shit, because he probably sat in prison for a long time and seen it. So, you gotta be mindful. He coming from a million women. It's like he think women the same way, because to him, an asshole is a coochie. And it's really a booty hole. So don't you have to call me gay, because I'm a woman. I got coochie, baby.
Well, Gigi, check it out. What they did was.
Archie, where my amen at? You just heard that teacher. He was preaching to the motherfucking choir, and the only person that was sitting on the stage was watching. And I just sit here with a whole definition on some real shit.
Those highways tie our community.
I'll read it again. Sexuality or romantically attracted to people of one old sex. Used specifically of a man. That is the different gay. So how does it call one gay? And then when I see all of the time, y'all will
And this here, it says, because people doing things, God let them do shameful things that they want to do. Women stop having natural sex with men and start having sex with women. So when eat at you, in the same way, men stop having natural sex with women and begin wanting each other all the time. Men did shameful things with other men, and in their bodies they received
All done.
The Bible doesn't say if you are curious or whatever. It says when you stop at that moment in time, leaving the natural use of a woman want to lie with a man to lie with a woman, that's gay. Clarity tried to help you. You wanted to preach. You brought me in here because you know I know God's word. So you wanted me to amen you, but I was never going to preach the God's things. And I'm going to tell you, just want to amen. God said his word. I'm like a word stuff, but that is an abomination unto God.
What a surprise. Tell you what, one of my girls taking me out for a price. Soft base. These are young men. Mistake, what kind of action I'm interested in. It's got a lot invested, yes. And I wasn't being supportive.
You wanted to regret this.
Tell you,
not worried about you going to, I don't judge you. If you're going to hell,
It sound like you didn't need a help. If anybody getting in them gates, it's gonna be me. Oh yeah, my generation.
I'm done. This shit ridiculous.
Yeah. I can't do no wrong, honey. Okay, you talking about the prayers of the saints from a long time ago? I'm covered.
The best second content of the day. This is wonderful.
Well, I'm just saying, you sitting here.
Hey, Archie, this is some sad shit.
Let's be finished. What's your favorite drink? Dumb shit. Like, what's your favorite drink? Get a little retarded. You're trying to base a focus and a point on that doesn't make any sense. So you want to go to the scripture, I could do that. I got the Bible back and down. From Genesis to Revelations, I can read it any scripture. And then if you want to go to just what makes sense, we could do that too. We could just make the fuck shit up like everybody else did, right? At the end of the day, if you want to go to the dictionary, we could do that too. You tried to call me gay. This is how we got here. Let's revert back to that. You called me gay, and I just corrected you and said, first of all, I can't be gay because I'm not a fucking man. You're arguing the fact that I can't be gay. He's a little bit retarded. Yeah, he's going to call a woman gay. So that means you think that I'm in the same
I don't think that was me that led with it. I didn't lead with it. I was
homosexual. That's what the Bible
calls
you.
You did not say that.
You are gay. You live a abomination life. And you say you live the Bible, you want me to amen? And I told you what it says. It says that women left the natural use of laying with men to lie with women. That's the you are homosexual.
That's just saying
you are gay. You're gay. You are gay.
Why are you gay?
This is why men are gay. Because black men, this is why most of gay men are black. Faggots. Dying from HIV. Because this right now. No, you said you bring women home. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, bitch.
Because you're a bitch.
You just said you bring bitches home to fuck with your husband. You open up your marital relationship for said activity.
What the fuck?
Anybody else listening?
Let me try to
No, because you said in the beginning, you bring them home to smell their pussy. That was the original statement. That's what I heard first.
The smell, first of all, we clean over here, baby. Yeah, we ain't hung those. We clean. That's a whole different story you talking about. You talking about 50 people.
Because he was talking about when the girl sat on your husband's lap naked and he was like, you want to bring her home. Bring her home so I can smell her pussy. That's what he said originally.
If you want to turn a conversation into something disgusting, I'm going on mute. Because I'm not going to speak it on. Yeah, that's disgusting. I'm not going to honestly, listen, if you feel insecure, go get in the fucking shower and then come back and be clean.
Insecure about repeating what you said.
I don't want
he said it. You literally said I was trying to tell you said it twice.
I'm not going to
There was the original statement, and then there was the second statement where somebody said you bring home women to fuck them. That wasn't the original statement. The original statement was you said you bring them home to smell their pussy where your husband has eaten from you. That's what you. Alright, I'm going mute.
No, you're absolutely right. And
What's crazy?
No, you went further. To say that you open up your relationship.
First of all, who the fuck is sniffing somebody coochie?
You this is actually.
Oh my goodness.
This is crazy.
You know what? Let me do me a favor. Take your finger, stick it in your ass, and then tell me what it smells like. And that's the only action. No, just take the fuck over, because what you're not gonna do is take a good conversation with everybody who's giving facts and their opinions and turn it into something disgusting. I'm not into it. If you don't have anything to offer about
good conversation,
then do that. If you're not gonna talk about anything that we were talking about, do me a favor. Don't get funky ass shit like that.
Because you was saying somebody used to have these businesses and bring them home.
Like, yeah, like, you ain't even got the basics. Like, go get a fucking bath. Ain't nothing like you fucking water to look for. Alright, well, go get, bitch. Go get, and then come back when you fresh. Alright, you ain't protecting none of your fucking.
See, this is what I'm saying. When you on this app and you talking to people,
make sure
that you say what you really mean. It don't always fall on deaf ears. Like, people are actually really intensively listening to these
I'm not
conversations.
listening to nothing you say, because you're not making no sense.
It's general. It's a
I don't
general
give a
conversation.
fuck.
You're not the
I
only
don't
person on
give, you
stage.
just started off the whole wrong way.
When you say
I don't care what you're saying no more.
talk, dang, you've been talking this whole time.
You a dirty bitch. You don't get how to think that.
That's I literally repeated to her what
you are lying.
Exactly. And I'm not like, wow, here's the very beginning.
Let me tell you something. I wish I would. You're fucking on his dick. What are you talking about?
You're repeating the same things we've been hearing about how women are.
I'm
You've been hearing the same things.
I was talking in clarity, all right, and also honesty. None of it had to do with downgrading a woman in a smell of a private part. That's what you
like, I didn't mean it. Be a real bitch and be like, I didn't mean it. Be like, I didn't mean it. Because it came from me. I could never say something to respect like that. I don't have imagination to inspire to even think of something like that. I'm not that imaginative.
That's what I keep saying. You see that? Hey, Harriet.
You could just be like, I didn't mean it.
You ain't saying nothing.
You can take it back. It's an option. We won't let you have a point for it. We won't take it back. It's okay. Because I won't look back about it. I never said nothing.
Right now. She's the bitch. Whatever that is,
you call everybody a bitch. I feel like everybody else. Because you call everybody a bitch at this point.
I'm sorry. You can't talk to me.
But I'm not saying, if you're on this app, can I say my statement real quick? I don't want to argue.
No.
If you're on this app, be careful what you say, because some people are quiet in the background and they're really listening. Like, they're really intentionally listening to what you say. To the point where somebody can repeat something you said. And they don't remember that. Which is, like, interesting to me, because if I say something, even if I know somebody like, you said it, I'm accountability. I'm going to be like, oh, I said it. I didn't mean it, man. It was a bad day. I changed my mind. I've grown. You can't take no accountability, clearly. You're not attacking every person with a female voice. This is strange.
It's very strange. But here's the thing. Gigi, you gotta
take a breath. Take a breath.
You done made like 10 people leave the room with this bullshit, right? You made 10 people leave the room with this
apple. Go get a snack.
Like, be fucking for real, man. Like,
you know what I'm saying?
You want to fucking ass. Come here, bitch.
This is weird.
And you married too?
This is weird. I think I'm not
allegedly married.
I don't care who else to do. Where the fuck is Erie?
Them spirits is coming through, honestly. You gotta be careful. That's what I'm saying. Be careful what you say on this app, man. People are listening. So many times people's stories get spread on this motherfucking app. People start saying things they don't remember.
Right.
Y'all need to be careful what you say. She came from her own two lips. I'm smelling the cooch. I said, oh, okay.
And then when I asked a clarifying question, and that's when she was like, oh, I open up my marriage sometimes, and she went on about how long she been married and whoop, 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 and ain't nothing wrong with that. Am I tripping?
I was there for some of it, and I remember hearing that. I definitely remember hearing the story about the friend together and trying to eat her pussy. I heard the facts, Gigi. I'm not making shit up. I was there, okay? I ain't got nothing to spread. I don't got no lies to spread. I'm lying. It's not my forte. It's not my testimony. But anyways, God bless your soul. For real.
So at this point, I don't even know what else we could talk about. Who put Gigi name in the title?
That's why I came back in here, because I'm like, no way. I left because of her, honestly, and I came back because of her. So really, I can't even lie. But I was like, the room.
We gotta take her name out the title.
We need a new topic.
Like, let's not do that. What y'all want to talk about? It's Sunday. It's a great day.
Frustrated at that point, it's going to crash up.
Well,
And normally when you try to hold people feet to the fire in positions of things they said that they now realize is fucked up, that they refuse to take accountability, they shift the dynamic to giving off, they start to deflate to make it seem like you're crashing out. So what they do is they try to get you to crash out so it can look like the derailment of the conversation is just confusing, and it's not confusing. It's just they don't want to take ownership of what they said.
But clarity, you pulled up late, sweetheart. When you pulled
This is
up,
what Thomas Warren, married women go wild on Clubhouse.
yes, please.
Yes.
I mean, I'm in motion. I'm getting ready to go to the grocery store. But when you say one thing within the freaking room, it wasn't like I heard it another day. This was today. This was this afternoon.
It was like an hour ago. Be for real.
Yeah. So when you say one thing and then you say something completely contradictory to it, it's similar to, not having women around your men. That's what she was saying at first, and then it turned into my homegirl that wanted to eat my, you know what I'm saying?
She said naked on my husband's lap. Like, be for real, man. Be for real.
What are we doing?
I mean, if you want to be honest, if it's two totally different stories, then in one room she read it and she realized saying that would make her look a certain way. In another room she read it and she found it just was like, oh, well, I can be comfortable with saying it in here. Simultaneously, they're now under the impression another person heard them prior to, and now at this point they start to see what they look like. So now what it turns into is what I like, what we call word semantics. You understand what I'm saying? And what I'll do is I'll keep engaging in a word semantic part, because what it does is it strips or it blinds the individual from the ownership part. So notice she never really pushed against the fact that she was said not lesbian or bi. She wanted to be called bisexual. So when you call her gay, it allowed her to say, no, I'm not gay because that's men. But when Archie spoke about the word homosexual, notice she couldn't get around that. So she only could keep responding to Archie. Well, that's not what they said. That's not what they said. Because at this part, I'm not arguing the whole position of they're wrong. I'm arguing the position of they used the wrong words. You understand what I'm saying? But simultaneously, the end result of calling her gay, she understood that. So I can't argue the fact that you're calling her gay. I can only argue the fact that you're calling me gay and I'm not a man. So notice she was never really arguing with y'all from the fact of being wrong per se, what y'all was speaking about. She was calling y'all wrong from using in her book, the wrong choice of words. And that's what she wanted to stand on. And when that stopped working for her, at this point, her language is barely, and that's the end result to anybody on Clubhouse that lacks the accountability, can't shift the dynamic of the approach. They start just over-talking you. And over-talking you, they feel as though they cancel you out. And in canceling you out, it also in their mind cancels the message that you're trying to convey. So that works. So even when Dee was trying to speak to her, notice she couldn't more so deny what Dee was saying, only attack what Dee was saying. And in the process, when she couldn't destroy it, at this point, I'll just drown it out. This is why she wouldn't let me talk after that. The same thing she did with Archie, the same thing she did with me. When I can't destroy it, I'll just consistently drown it out. And I'll drown it out until either they cancel me out or the individual leaves. But they refuse to take accountability or accept what's being said. But because we're over an act, if you leave me up, I got no choice but to hear it. And that's what she was doing. She was refusing to hear it because if I keep listening, eventually accountability has to set in. So she was saving her emotions and trying to trigger yours by responding to what she responded.
It wasn't gonna work. And honestly, I love this app for a little bit of a emotional wherewithal bandwidth exercise because a lot of people just don't show their true colors very quickly. And I was going to give her some advice. Like if she would control her emotions enough, I was going to give her some sound advice. People need to stop telling their life stories on this app. Avoid everything at all costs. I don't care if you're trying to add an example into the conversation that will make your point correct within 2 minutes. Stop telling your life stories on this app thinking this is a safe space for anybody. This is a war zone. What? I've been on this app for a while, but I've been on here for the last like 2 weeks, maybe like a month, and I'm just like, this place is a war zone.
Well,
why are we even?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Dean. If you're, it depends on your approach. Just like social media, it's a tool. You feel what I'm saying? With your approach to using a tool, be the exposure of your craftsmanship mentally. You understand what I'm saying? So one thing I can say about this app is it strengthened me on knowing on how to listen genuinely. But you can't give a person advice that's not taking accountability to their actions.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So when you see they're no longer accepting or receiving, they're only just trying to be belligerent and talk. These are individuals that are using, let's say, Clubhouse as said a psychiatrist. They're coming here to believe shit and get rid of shit that they can't believe in their own personal home, or they can't believe in society because of how they feel as though they will be looked at. So a lot of times they get on here and they express themselves in a lot of different fucked up ways. And when they do that, they're not looking for advice. They're not looking for help. They're looking for an out. And a lot of times Clubhouse become their out. That's why you go into a lot of shit be chaotic and shit like that. Where in other words, they're looking for a place to dump their garbage at. And what better place to do it on Clubhouse where you get to talk shit to people that you normally wouldn't talk shit to at first.
And while under the influence, so you can say, I don't remember that. When your ass circle up the next day and you hear about shit. Oh, I can't believe I see it there. Oh, yeah, you can believe it.
Well, Archie, not only that, some people like to be the center of attention.
That's true.
So, you know, a lot of times when they say when they know it's some foul, fucked up shit, and they bring it to the stage so all focus can be on them. Notice, even when you talk around these type of individuals and try to change the subject, everything you say, they revert back to them. Wait a minute, you're talking about me. And it's like, no, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. No, you're talking about me. It's one of them things where they want to be, I like to call it the mascot of the conversation. And you get a lot of mascots in this motherfucker.
It happens a lot. A lot of people, like you said, speaking in general, men and women be speaking in general, and you know it exists, and people internalize it, and they be like, oh, shit. They must be talking about me. What the fuck have they heard about me? No, motherfucker. You've just been moving foul in your own life. So the truth will set you free.
You say hit dogs holler, huh?
Shit, yeah, but that dog got hit. Well, I'll tell you what, that kept me up. Shit. I'm 5 miles from my delivery up here in Coleman, Alabama. Be here at 6:15. I'm here early. Shit, this helped me out. I got sleepy as hell.
I mean, shit. When she started preaching, that shit fucked my head up. I said, oh, this whole Clubhouse has evolved again. That was the first time I ever heard that. Motherfucker wanting to preaching about the lesbian shit. I said, oh man, it's different. You know, so hey man, to each his own with that shit. But I mean, fuck.
She didn't want to hear God's word say that that's gay.
Well, what she did was, like I said before, Archie, you put her in a bind. Because our fight was to say that people didn't know how to use the vocabulary word and this, that, and the third. So when Swan said she's gay, her fight was, I'm not gay because a man can be gay. I'm lesbian. You motherfuckers don't know what you're talking about. But when you switch the word to homosexuality holds both genders accountable at that point.
Facts.
And that's why she couldn't really attack you more so to say, well, they didn't say that. It was like, why do we have to get so technical when everybody has a clear understanding of what's being said. Even she, when Swan called her gay, she knew what Swan meant, but because she wanted to get into the semantics of the situation, it's when you get into the semantics is where now we got to be technical on the vocabulary side of things, which means we got to use all power words when we talk. And normally power words is an overview of it covers all. So instead of me saying gay or lesbian, when I say homosexuality, that would be considered the power word for the concept.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? So now when you're dealing with a person that get into semantics, you got to use power words to keep them from dancing around.
They put them in a box. My mentor always taught me, when you get in a debate and a person is dancing, don't argue with them. Choose words that put them in a box if they can't escape. Especially when there's words gender neutral.
Y'all still in here acting crazy with Gigi? She left?
Girl, she was in here doing the most. And
what else is new?
I couldn't take it. I had to put it in the Google. I couldn't take it no more.
She act crazy. I was wondering when one of y'all was gonna do that.
I was trying to be diplomatic and shit, you know.
Well, at least y'all know there's one married woman that tell you if you put your man beside her, she gonna take him down through there.
Oh my God.
And she wasn't out of line.
Well, but here's the thing about Swan with the being diplomatic. There's nothing wrong with being diplomatic. The problem is when we get the extremes.
Is that you, Lorenzo?
God damn it! What is we doing here? This is clarity.
Yeah. All right. Whatever, child. That voice cannot hide.
But the thing with being diplomatic,
I'm sorry. I was trying to make you a moderator. Come back up.
Not you over here fucking up.
I'm sorry. He made me laugh.
Yeah. You know Erie did that shit on purpose, man. You know she did that shit on purpose because we got rid of
I like
But Swan, the thing with being diplomatic is nothing wrong with it. It's just when a diplomatic individual will always lose when being in a room with an extremist. Because the extremists using the way the diplomatic move to their advantage. Which how that works. And Gigi was an extremist. So an extremist normally, as long as you allow it, they will not hold back. They will keep their foot on the gas full throttle. And because she seen nobody was willing to address her or put her in a position, what she did was now start to take advantage. This is when she starts canceling everybody out. I'm only going to let you speak until I'm uncomfortable with what you're saying. The minute I'm uncomfortable with what you're saying, you are no longer allowed to speak. Notice she did that to you, Swan. She did it to Archie. She did it to me. Everybody that she felt uncomfortable, she will let you speak until she felt uncomfortable. Or she didn't like what you were saying. And then at this point, she turned that extremist come to the forefront. You can't talk no more. And I'll just drown you out. I'll disrespect you. I'll do everything I can do to cancel you out because at the end of the day, this is how extremists move. And the only thing that kept the conversation on a certain level was the fact that nobody came off the mic trying to vouch for it. If anybody who came off the mic and tried to vouch for it, you can see this room turning into something real stupid, real fast.
And all they would have took is one person to come off to agree with them. Ticket time bomb. And that's what they made on a ticket time bomb. Just one. Do I got one?
And Gigi would have screamed, Autobots!
Roll out!
To the title, have married women really gone wild on Clubhouse, or have they been wild and just converted to Clubhouse?
Ooh. That's a great point.
So she single-handedly drove like half the people out the room with that bullshit. And honestly, I feel bad, but I'm moving around, I'm washing clothes, I'm cleaning out drawers. I'm on my way to the grocery store right now. So I'm just like, you know,
The mods failed us, goddammit, because and I didn't want to put her down because some of it was entertaining, but she went on a tangent with Ink about him. You was here for that. And then it went into where she was like, yeah, I'll fuck your husband. Like, bitch, you married. You was just shaming Nisha for not being married. And you've been married 18 years. And, like, I don't know. Like, the girl is crazy. And how her marriage is this, that, and the third. I'm like, ain't you the same one that was on stage in your back room of your house on the second floor talking about jumping out the window because this nigga was whooping your ass? Like, that was you, wasn't it? She's like, yeah, that was me. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, these replays would be crazy, Erie.
Well, I wouldn't see why she would fuck your husband. I mean, she let another females fuck
yeah,
her.
the replays is on, Lord.
Yes.
I wonder, I'm curious if she allowing her husband to bring men home and they doing them together. Because that's what it sounds like, too. It sounds like they swingers.
That's what I said. I said they were swingers. Because she said they get together every weekend or every 2 weeks and all of this. And let me come downstairs and see my homegirl butt-ass naked sitting on my husband's lap. Because why the fuck are you so comfortable to get butt-ass naked in my house, for one? For two, and sit on my husband's lap. 3, what the fuck are you doing letting this bitch sit on your lap? 4, what? She said, well, I just went and sat beside them.
Well, Swan, you're missing a part in that same conversation when she said that same female was bisexual and she knew it.
No, I ain't missed that part. That's the same one.
That was a setup then.
That's the same one she said went in the bathroom with her trying to eat her pussy every time she went to go piss. And I'm like, who the fuck goes to the bathroom with their homegirl at their house? Now, we're at a club. That's one thing. But I'm at home. Why are you in the bathroom with me while I'm using the bathroom? It's hard.
If I already know you bisexual and you're trying to go to the bathroom with me, we both know what you're trying to go to the bathroom for.
Right.
And in the process, if I don't stop you, then to a certain degree, that would be called leading you on, wouldn't it?
Child, people act strange when they're on drugs. I'm going to just leave that there. Okay, it sounded like it was dope. I was wondering what type of dope niggas on. Because I don't do drugs. You know what I'm saying? I drink my tequila or whatever. But I don't do drugs. Get your ass out the street, white woman.
And we know that when we.
You know, and I'm not even drunk right now. I'm driving my car. If y'all know anything about me, I don't drink and drive. But that shit was, I don't know, like this recap, this. I don't know if you're gonna recap it, Erie. I implore you to, because this has been an interesting conversation. YG, you late. Thanks for showing up, but you're late, fucker.
When we end the room, I'm gonna go back and listen to it because I wasn't here for half of it. Remember, I had to leave to take a couple of important.
See? I know. And I let bullshit go. I be feeling bad sometimes, but I can't help myself. I'm addicted to the toxicity. But I called her out a couple of times, and other people did too. It was crazy. It was crazy. And she, listen, I don't. I'm gonna go on mute because I'm going to this laundromat. Who the fuck at the laundromat? I'm at Walmart. God. YG, where you been?
I was catching up on people that I ignore all week.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm gonna take my ass down to Star's room. I'm gonna close up the room so we get these replays, and we gonna go back over these shit after I go back.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Can you link her room so we can all go?
I can. Hold on, let me get it for y'all.
Thank you. Oh, here come a motherfucker speeding in a raggedy ass hump. But yeah, YG, I got some juice. Did she leave? God damn it. I got some juice, y'all.
I'm here. There's a man in Star Street room talking about he slept with 2,000 women with an escort. So y'all can go over there. Hold on, let me put the thing in the chat for y'all. Yeah, and he's mad because people are asking questions after he volunteered that information. So.
Shit, that was worse than that the other room was in. When a nigga talking about he gave his wife, his woman with 3 babies 50 STDs.
You know, these men, I don't know what's going on, but the link is at the top, y'all. Go on by. This is crazy. This is crazy.
cool, people? We closing in 5, 4, 3, 2.
the spicy tank. Have you ever seen the movie Robo? It's a movie. It's a comedy, but it's dependent Broadway, and it's based on a true story of a doctor who fell in the vibrator and he was getting orgasms at his alcohol retreat. It was very controversial. Because well, the Chicago Bears are playing Los Angeles Rams, so it's super different. That's right. I'm sitting in a hot bath. Once a clubhouse is up, always a clubhouse is up. She said she's never gonna come again. Yeah, but maybe if you're in a complex relationship, you'll be with a woman. You'll be with a man. Is he going to provide for you and your children, take you off welfare? That is so amazing. Top to top. Just to go along with
Let's get to work. Right in, John. Kitover. March 7. Similar to the quiet drifts, I picture riding with the lawyers. Blake, you're under arrest for corruption. Hands behind your back.
I can't do this. I'm gonna let them.
John, get over! Defense, line up! Defense, line up! This is what we do with politics that protects the people. Time to plant something on it. Politics that
Bandura? Is it the Bandura? Is she back? She got a new account.
Do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plan something honest.
Right in time now, we're kidding. We're hard.
With one mind there is no rising, and everything is without blame, no blame.
Is that Nora Bandura? It can't be. The end? That's your PTR? That sounds like you. Everything is always so dramatic. Nora specializes in drama creation. She is a dramatist. A modern age Karen from Care. A Care Karen. It's a joke, Nora. Hope you like the music. I just took a hot bath. Headed out to watch the Bears game. I hope you're well. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to get you and Diego back together again, you know. The status quo is the status quo. Look, either way, you're heartbroken or a heartbreaker. That's life. There's only two states in this video game. The heartbreaker and the heartbroken. Ribbono Shalom. The followers of the Rebbe say that Ribbono Shalom is extremely useful. Ribbono Shalom. Ribbono Shalom. Do not be attached, Nora. That's the whole thing. You're too attached. You're clinging. You're holding. You gotta let go. Be free. Flow. You can't cling. You can't have opinions. You can't be selective or discerning. I mean, you can, but the secret is not to.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plan something honest.
Right in time now.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. What we do with politics that forgets the people.
You cannot talk to customers like that.
You're not a customer as far as I'm concerned. You want to buy a car now? That's what it is. I want to see the manager. You want to see the manager? Yeah, I'll show you the manager. Here's the manager. Here's the manager.
You cannot talk to customers like that.
You're not a customer as far as I'm concerned. You want to buy a car now? What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plan something honest.
Right in time now. We're kidding. We're hard. Illinois 16. Right in time now. We're kidding. We're hard.
Let's do it. Blake, you're under arrest for corruption. Hands behind your back.
I can't do this. I'm an elected official.
Drop the briefcase. Same charge. Not anymore. Don't breach it.
Oh, come on. I demand.
Doors closing. You heard him. Let's make it official. Go and write me in on one. I want to be quiet. I picture writing with the lawyers, the judges, the politicians, and pitching a regular content. Inside, it's all confetti and honking noses. The clowns take it from there.
John Kitover.
March 17th, 2026. We'll all be.
That's quite the endorsement. Never thought I'd get campaign advice from a foreigner.
10 arms, 10 phones, one message. The people deserve a choice. You ready for something different? Those highways tie our communities together. From the farms at sunrise to the factories that keep America running. We deserve a representative who shows up for all of us. I'm John Kitover.
It is a belief that comes from first-hand experience. A faith which arises from knowledge and wisdom of enlightenment.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plan something honest.
Right, John Kitover, candidate for Congress, Illinois 16. Right, John Kitover, candidate for Congress.
Which is untrue.
Your team saved me. On my way, so let's go. Oh, Kitover, right, John Kitover, candidate U.S. Congress, Illinois 16.
The Buddha mind.
Thanks, folks. Let's do it. Blake, you're under arrest for corruption. Hands behind your back.
I can't do this. I'm an elected official.
Drop the briefcase. Same charge.
Wait, I'm an attorney.
Not anymore. Don't breach it.
Oh, come on. I demand.
Doors closing. You heard him. Let's make it official. Go and write me in on one. I want to be quiet. My mind drifts. I picture writing. Inside, it's all confetti and honking noses. The clowns.
John Kitover.
March 17th, 2026. We'll all be.
That's quite the endorsement. Never thought I'd get campaign advice from a foreigner.
10 arms, 10 phones, one message. The people deserve a choice.
Consists of 140 fix unrhymed, 4 carat 1 verses 2. Was the principal poetic form in use in the early period. It is first used in the Book of Otis Fire.
The night stretched quiet. The fire whispered, and the old pages carried voices past the earth. The world outside lay asleep in a cloak of snow. The desert the fire kept the up. The night
of 4 characters in length.
one step at a time. Every page is closer. Almost there. It's so bright. Into the light. One step at a time.
What the fuck?
This is not the faith in the ordinary. It is a belief that comes
That's it.
wisdom of enlightenment. This believing is an affirmation Hasten is the conviction
he's fucked.
that the bottom of all lies the one mind, which is
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plan something honest.
Right, John Kitover, candidate for Congress, Illinois 16. Right, John Kitover, candidate for Congress. Your team saved me. On my way, so let's go. Oh, Kitover, right, John Kitover, candidate U.S. Congress, Illinois 16.
Who are you? Why are you famous?
What we do with politics.
inscription.
What we we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plan something honest.
Right in John Kitover, candidate for Congress, Illinois 16. Right in John Kitover, candidate for Congress. Your team safety, on my whistle, let's go. Smoke it over.
What we do with politics that forgets the people.
All right, this is super.
We're not.
4 character 1 versus 2. Total system 4 characters.
How many billions in national debt adds in a single week? It stacks up like plates in a sink.
Fellas, the number that's got me shaking my head is 34 trillion. That's where the national debt sits right now.
It's a wall of zeros. We feel it when the interest rates climb. C-loans aren't cheap.
Hard to keep up. Fellas, the number that's got me...
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover.
John Kitover.
Vote John Kitover, right John Kitover, vote John Kitover.
About time we all agree on something.
Yep, writing in John Kitover.
Fresh choice, fresh start. There, signed and sealed.
My turn.
And
Thank you all. Together we can make it happen. Let's do it.
about time we all get Amen. Next. That's it.
John Kitover, John Kitover, John Kitover, John Kitover.
Trillion in funded debt, 100 trillion in unfunded.
Y'all meet me out here.
Stood up for soybean folks, John. We're glad to stand up for you.
All right, let's make
I'm John Kitover, and I'm running as a write-in
on
for
election day. Find the write-in box and type JOA.
Go to vote, ask for a Republican ballot. On those highways tired of getting together. From the farms at Sunrise to the factories that keep America running. We deserve a representative who shows up for all of us. I'm John Kitover. Those are some of the zip codes that make up Illinois' 16th district, our home, and we deserve better representation. I'm John Kitover, running as a write-in for United States Congress. Career politicians like LaHood have forgotten the people.
Don't forget, right in John Kitover.
John Kitover.
Great. Here's your bell.
Nice, stretch, quiet.
Smaller caliber of bullet than
I have to say this without getting emotional, but
All this newfound kind of political
Watch every thought that springs.
What we do with...
Hour after hour, thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss. No atom of analysis. Sixth on one thought, securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one o'erpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet, even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discard the name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star. Kralida.
In Chicago, you have to be a homeless vet living in a shelter before VA will even consider you for this. They would rather you die.
There are 7 keys to the great gate. Being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still. Thus thou mayst have the fidget babes that tease.
Let's talk about the Fed. The Federal Reserve sets it.
Counts, right?
Yeah. How many billions the national debt has in a single week? We're registering voters and collecting.
About time we all agree on something.
Yep.
Well, the number that's got me shaking my head is 34 trillion. That's where the national debt.
Let thy life be pure and calm.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plant something honest.
Forth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plant something honest. What we do with politics that forgets the people.
Hour after hour, thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plant something on.
6 on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, go like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. What we do with politics that forgets the people. What we do with politics that forgets the people. What we do with politics that forgets the people.
Along thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen.
What we do with politics that forgets the people.
All these things in one overpower, time that the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to...
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plant something honest.
Right in time, Kitover, candidate for Congress, Illinois 16. Right in time, Kitover, candidate for Congress. Your team safety, call my whistle, let's go. Vote Kitover, right in time, Kitover, candidate U.S. Congress, Illinois 16.
Kennedy, please!
Thanks, folks. Let's do it. Blake, you're under arrest for corruption. Hands behind your back.
I can't do this. I'm an elected official.
Drop the briefcase. Same charge.
Wait, I'm an attorney.
Not anymore. This is outrageous.
Oh, come on. I demand.
Doors closing. You heard him. Let's make it official. Go and write me in on Mark. Go into the quiet of my mind drifts. I picture riding with the lawyers, the judges, the politicians, and pitching a regular clown tent. Inside, it's all confetti and honking noses. The clowns take it from there.
John Kitover.
March 17th, 2020.
Tuesday. That's quite the endorsement. Never thought I'd get campaign advice from a foreigner.
10 arms, 10 phones, one message. The people deserve a choice. $1 trillion in unfunded debt, 100 trillion in unfunded promises. Don't let politicians lie to you so they can borrow, spend, and tax a penny more. We have to prioritize our spending and color waste, then we can refund the big. And I'm running as a write-in for Congress here in Illinois 16th District. This district deserves a representative who listens and fights for everyday families.
They find the write-in box and type JOHNKITOVER. Hit confirm. That's your vote. Every ballot counts. Write in John on March 17th, 2026. Vote John Kitover.
Good opportunity to meet folks, John. We're glad to stand up for you.
All right, let's make it official.
Trillion in funded debt. Billions in national debt adds in a single week. It stacks up like plates in a sink, and eventually the sink overflows. We can't just mop around and we have to turn off the tap. That means getting serious about what we spend, but also about what we billion.
What we do with politics that protects the people.
Hello? Hello?
What we do with politics that protects the people. Time to plant something honest.
This is hilarious.
Should he distract thy attention from the chosen man?
Time to plant something honest. About time we all agree on something.
Yep, right in John Kitover.
Fresh choice, fresh start. There, signed and sealed.
Those are some of the zip codes that make up Illinois 16th District, our home. And
you know that feeling when you're lying awake at 3 in the morning, your mind spinning like a broken record, going over everything you should have said, could have done?
What we do with politics that protects the people.
those are some of the zip codes that make up Illinois 16th District, our home. And we
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will.
Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort, and the frigid babes that tease the thought. Next, let the brethren be low, easy, regular, and slow,
So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance. Hour after hour, thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss. No atom of anomaly. 6 on one thought securely pinned.
Still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation, steep and strong, sling even God, should he distract thy attention. I'm the chosen act.
Last all these things in one overpower. Time that the midnight blessing
Is yet even in this?
My son, thou shalt not do
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plant something honest.
Running on your kid, Illinois 16, right?
Pictures dark through, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierced to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother. Of the silver star.
You're too safe. Call my whistle, let's go.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort. The fidget
Ryan, knock it over. Get a U.S. Congress, Illinois 16.
next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea specific soul. Swayed softly as a windless palm, forth at the will to
Thanks, folks. Let's do it. Blake, you're under arrest for corruption. Hands behind your back.
Who's
this? I'm an elected official.
Drop the briefcase,
Observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hands. Hour after hour, thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis. 6 on one thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditations deep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one overpower. Time that the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress. Even though this high consciousness pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere thy radiance. O brother of the silver star. Crowley, this is outrageous. Oh, come on, I demand.
You heard him. Let's make it official. Vote.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one.
You heard him. Let's make it official. Vote right me in.
First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's specific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance.
Plus, the number that's got me shaking my head is 34 trillion. That's where the national debt sits right now. It's a wallet. Plus, the number that's got me...
6 on one thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plant something honest.
Right, John Kitover, candidate for Congress.
Thy meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Plus, the number that's got me shaking my head is 34 trillion. That's where the national debt sits right now.
Time let the midnight blossom fall. Thou shalt not.
Politics that forgets the people. Time to plan something honest.
Right, John.
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plan something honest.
Right, John Kitover, candidate for Congress, Illinois 16. Right, John Kitover.
So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Let thy life be pure and calm, sweet softly as a windless palm. Forth let the will to live be bound to the one corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abode. Fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low. Easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the prophet. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observance entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of elusive. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like
What we do with politics that protects the people.
burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditations deep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one power, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression true, thy glance to rapture's darkling room, discarding name, form,
Ten arms, 10 phones, one message. The people deserve a choice. You're ready for something different. Blake, you're under arrest for corruption. Hands behind your back.
I can't do this. I'm an elected official.
Drop the briefcase, same charge.
Wait, I don't have time.
Not anymore. Let's get to work.
John Kitover.
March 17th, 2026.
That's quite the endorsement. Never thought I'd get campaign advice from a fool. Let's get to work.
You heard him. Let's make it official. Vote and write me in on March. You heard him. Those are some of the zip codes that make up Illinois' 16th district, our home, and we deserve better representation. I'm John Kitover, running as a write-in for United States Congress. Career politician.
This is what we do with politics that protects the people. Time to plan something honest.
Write in John Kitover, candidate for Congress, Illinois 16. Write in John Kitover, candidate.
I settle into the quiet of my life. I picture writing with the lawyers, the judges, the politicians, and pitching a big politics. Inside, it's all confetti and honky tonks.
What we do with politics that protects the people. Time to plan something honest.
Write in John Kitover, candidate.
Plus, the number that's got me shaking my head is 34 trillion. That's where the national debt sits right now. It's a wall of zeros.
Defense, line up!
Illinois 16. Write in John Kitover, candidate for Congress.
confetti and honking noses. The clowns take. What we do with politics that protects the people. Time to plant something honest. Those highways. We're registering voters and collecting signatures to break the stranglehold. How many billions of national debt has this thing? Settle into the quiet. Thanks, folks. Let's do it. Late term arrest for corruption. Can't find your back.
I can't do this. I'm an elected official.
Except protects the people. Time to plant something honest.
Brian John Kitover, candidate for Congress, Illinois 16. Brian John Kitover, candidate for Congress. Marcus, your team safety. On my whistle, let's go. Oh, Kitover. Brian John Kitover, candidate U.S. Congress, Illinois 16.
Thanks, folks. Let's do it. Late term arrest for corruption. Can't find your back.
I can't do this. I'm an elected official.
Drop the briefcase. Same charge.
We have an attorney.
Not anymore. This is outrageous.
Oh, come on. I demand.
You heard him. Let's make it official. Go and bring me in.
Settle into the quiet. I picture running with the lawyers, the judges, the politicians, and picture the regular Congressman. Inside, it's all confetti and honking noses. The clowns take it from there.
March 17th, 2026. We'll all be there. That's quite the adventure. Never thought I'd get campaign advice from a former.
10 arms, 10 phones, one message. The people deserve a choice. You ready for something different? Those highways tie our communities together. From the farms at sunrise to the factories that keep America working. These are the representative shows up for all of us. I'm John Kitover. Collecting signatures. How many billions of national debt have?
Fellas, the number that's got me shaking my head.
Sounds right.
Yeah, I'm John Crotton. We all agree on something.
Yep.
Next, $1 trillion in funded debt.
When did y'all meet me out here?
Stood up.
Discarding name, form, size, and stress. Even of this.
is views for me anyway, thank you. But they are Travis, but because they're fun and country, because they're fun to us.
Give me my money and stacks and lace my bitches with top fingers. Real niggas fingers and legal playing contractors. Mostly mine.
What we do with politics that protects the people. Time to plant something honest.
Right, time out.
Give me my money and stacks and lace my bitches.
River song. But I like what song.
Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God. For it is Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God. For it is God.
Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. He died not for man, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. impeachment had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for man, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for man, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark, but it is only when you walk through your own darkness, within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become. flaming light. That is where you become it. That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole another, become the light. Once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light. That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world forever, become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light. That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light.
bearer. You are not afraid of the dark, but it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light, but once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark, but it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light, but once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it. That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark, but it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light, but once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it. That is where you become it.
a light bearer. You are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flame and light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flame and light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flame and light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and make the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flame and light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light. That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it.
May the light of the garden dwell in you always. And may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather.
May the light of the guardian dwell in you always, and may you be a places where shadows gather. May the light of the guardian dwell in you always, and may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather. May the light of the guardian dwell in you always. And may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather. May the light of the guardian dwell in you always. And may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather. May the light of the guardian dwell in you always, and may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather. May the light of the guardian dwell in you always, and may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather. smoke to the mountain of passion volcanic that woke. I rise, I choke. By the rage of the mage I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke. A spell that ignites and consumes as it cloaks. I invoke, I through the ice where the shadows entwine, I have carved out a path to the edge of the line. Every heartbeat a drum, every breath an incline. I climb divine. By the rage of the mage I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke. A spell that ignites and consumes as it cloaks. I whispers of wings that unravel the night, through echoes of stars that combust into light. I summon the tempest, I summon the fight. The maids will alight. By the rage of the maids I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke. A spell that ignites and consumes as it cloaks. I Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Remember me to one who lives there. She once was a true love of mine. On the side of the hill, in the deep forest green, tracing spare.
Yeah, it's fun to play because it's like right there. And then you start like doing patterns. Did you see my Instagram yet? You have to see my videos. I'm gonna pin the link.
No, I'm gonna take a look and see where am I at that?
Gotta put Gene Mom to bed.
Here, are you ready to go to bed? You see this thing here? And this one?
Fellas, the number that's got me shaking my head is 34 trillion. That's what.
Just couldn't cover.
Okay, I'm gonna play a little music here. This is AI music, Suno.
Knowing this body is frail like a jar.
Okay, I'm gonna read a book. Then I'm gonna leave. Nora, thank you for being here. Sarah, Bima, thank you for being here. Pick a number 1 through 30, Bima, and I'm gonna read to you from the sayings of the Buddha.
Number 27 for 27 constitutional amendments.
Actually, I think 26 is as high as it goes.
Really? I'm wrong?
Yeah, 26 is the noble one. There is no 27. You went above it. You are the Buddha, Bhima. You must have a great booty.
Then let's change it to 7. I switch my number to 7.
You want 7? Okay.
7.
7-11. Number Arahant. There is no burning for him who has completed the journey, who is free of sorrows and all else, and who has broken off all chains. The mindful put forth great effort. They do not remain content in the household life, but leave their homes behind, just as swans leave a muddy lake. Arahants do not hoard. They take a right view of eating, focused on deliverance and void. They leave no trace, like the path of birds in the sky. He who is free from obsessions, eating simply, clear-headed, focused on liberation, like a migrating bird, leaves no trace of a track in the sky. Even the gods delight in the presence of one who has freed himself from pride and mental obsessions. Who has his senses under his control. Like horses trained by an expert trainer. Done with the round of rebirths. He is as accepting as the earth, as firm as a doorpost, placid as a pond free of mud, and dutiful. Whoever has reached a state of freedom through perfect wisdom, peaceful and unshakable, is nonviolent in his mind, his speech, his action. Whoever is in touch with the infinite, free of attachment, desireless, is the highest among men. Delightful is the place where the saints dwell, be it village or forest, cavern or open field. Delightful are forests, where more worldly men find no joy, being free of the pull of desire. Saints who seek no worldly pleasures find delight in such places. The Arahant, Sayings of the Buddha, read by Candidate John, write-in candidate for the 16th District. What'd you think, Bima? Did you like my NLP hypnosis of the Sayings of the Buddha?
I did like it. I like some of the messages in there too. Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you for the reading. I followed you on Instagram, so I'm gonna go check that out.
Yeah, it's called Suno. Yeah, you can, I would love it for you to create me some videos. So what you do is you create a Suno account and then you write in there, John Kitover is on a donkey holding a ballot. And, you know, like you can use me as your avatar, which is really a lot of fun. I'm open to it. As long as it's not, you know, insulting. You can mock me. I'm open to mockery. You know, do you know what mockery is, Bima?
I think so. I think it's a joking mimicry. Mimic would that be like you mock you? Is that right or no? Like when I think of mocking somebody, I think of like pattern, like doing whatever they're doing, like mimicking them. Like the way that they talk, the things that they would say. Is that wrong?
Here, listen to this clip from this really great movie. Have you seen the movie Rob Roy?
No, Rob Roy?
Yeah, it's an incredible film. Listen to this movie quote. This is one of the greatest movies. It's just a great movie, but listen to this quote.
So, McGregor, I knew your father, a very able man, not a wise one. You've taken on his mantle.
It's the best I've made, my lord.
So, how many men are you master of?
Master of none, my lord, but some 200 souls live close by Craig Roston and are in my care.
But you are prophet and provider to them, is that not so?
What can I do? It is no great matter compared to your lordship's world.
To know one's place, McGregor, in the order of things is a great blessing. And what terms, Cullen?
A fifth. A fifth, you say? What, is this man killed that you offer such kindly terms? Am I not accustomed to a quarter on unsecured loans?
McGregor has 300 acres at Craig Roston, my lord.
A man of property intent on growing richer. Well, we have more in common than I would have suspected, McGregor. £1,000 for 3 months, you say, and these acres of yours as security.
And my oath.
Yes. Tell me, is there something in what Killarn says that you might have driven off my cattle and returned them with stories of Tinker's Court and summarily executed?
I have on my day thieves' cattle, your lordship, but none that were under my watch.
Is that what passes for honour with a McGregor, then?
What passes for honour with me is likely enough the same as with your lordship. When my word is given, it is good.
Well, you are to be congratulated on such cheaply bought nobility. Killarn will draw papers, and I will expect the terms to be met.
My thanks to your lordship.
That's not the quote I wanted, but he's screaming at his nephew, are you mocking me? You're mocking me. And people on this app will not be mocked. There are certain people with their green bean perches and their houses and their topics and their patterns that they will not be mocked. And I come here, Bima, you know me well enough now that I do come here to mock people because I just read to you the sayings of the Buddha. And to me, it's very smart. It's so intelligent. And people in this app, I guess I could be more like a Buddha or a nicer person and go into some of these perch rooms of mockery, of what I consider people worthy of mockery, and say, hey, can I get 60 seconds of your time to read? So, Bima, take it easy. I know I'm an asshole, but, I like information, and I don't like wasting my time. And I don't know, intelligence is intelligence. If you read to me some type of wisdom or you tell me a secret or a gossip, those are of value. To me, the wisdom is more valuable than the gossip. So I'm telling you, Bima, everybody is playing the role of a politician, a spy, and a philosopher all at the same time. What do you think about that statement?
Yeah, I like it. Politician, spying, philosopher. Yeah, sounds good to me.
My sister said to me once, she's like, every philosopher wants to be a politician, every politician wants to be a philosopher. I was like, wow, that's pretty smart. And fucking, where did you hear that? I couldn't believe she said that. I was like, she must have heard it somewhere.
I definitely want to be a philosopher. I definitely did not ever want to be a politician. But I did want to be a politician once, so every politician wants to be a maybe it goes one way.
I was surprised when you said that you started studying philosophy and then you became an atheist. I had the exact opposite occurrence because I read Marcus Aurelius and it's very spiritual. It's all about God. And then I was like, wow, these atheists or people who talk about philosophy, if you go to ancient, Roman Greek, it's all about God. I was like, so what are they talking about when they say philosophy is like not God, that it's atheistic? I'm like, no, it's so spiritual. And so that's why the Roman government outlawed it. Because it's super spiritual. It's not the atheism that maybe you came out of from like Nietzsche. something like that. I don't know. How did you find atheism in your philosophy?
So, yeah, sure, quick. So I'll try to be quick. I'll do a 2-minute quick story. So I became friends with my philosophy professor in college, and we would, because we would walk, I found out after the end of the class, we would walk the same path, which is almost like a 10-minute path. He would walk to his car. I would walk to my car, he would walk home. And I would always have to park like in that, going down that area. So we would have extra time to discuss. Well, this is the craziest thing. He was a very interesting, do you know what he did the very first day of class? The very first day of class, it was packed, 30 students at least, okay? I mean, every desk was taken. It was a big room, okay? He passed out a piece of paper. He says, I want you to answer these questions. There's 3 questions on them. I don't remember what they were. He goes, I want you to answer. And we're all like freaking out, like, oh my gosh, were we supposed to study? Did we have so he goes, I want you to answer these 3 questions, and then I want you to put the piece of paper on the desk and just leave. And I'll see you next class. So we answer the questions and we leave. The next class, he passes out the pieces of paper, and before he does, he says, I've rated you on a pass or fail. If your paper says pass, you can remain seated. If it says fail, I have a drop form that I put at the door on a desk. I want you to take the drop form and I want you to leave. He's like, there's no discussion. And so right then we lost half the class. Okay, so half the class, boom. And we didn't know what the criteria was, a pass or fail. Like it was just the particular question he was looking for. It was really deep, And so then he continued to do this to the very end of the class. There was only 3 of us left. The very last week of class, three people were left. Me, a guy who has passed away now, and another kid. Well, anyway, we had a lot of time, and because he had this method of really dedicating his time, like you, he really valued his time, and he wanted to put his time and his work, because he understood how scarce philosophy had become in the school. He was fighting, to maintain the only philosophy course in the entire college, right? And so he wanted to basically give the people who really were truly genuinely interested in philosophy all of his time and efforts, and that's what he did. But this is like the craziest thing. So towards the end, and it was just through his questions, through the free will, the determinism. We went through that. We did everything, and he was very interactive. He was very he was a great professor. He was so great that by the end of the class, I gave up religion. I was just like, there was so much uncertainty, so much that I don't know, so much that when we came down to the questions, and he would ask you, so he wasn't indoctrinating you. He was making you come to the conclusions yourself through questions. Okay, and so the last day it ended. One of the kids that was the other kid that was in my class, he ended up getting in a car accident and he died. And it was really sad. So I saw the professor at his funeral, and we were talking, and I was just like, yeah. And I was like, I know that he like me, we were Catholics, and then we had to go on atheist, and because you're an atheist, and he says, he said, I'm not an atheist. He's like, I'm a Jew. He's like, what are you talking about? And I was just like, wait, what? And he's just like, yeah. He's like, what made you think that I'm an atheist? And I'm just like, well, like, hold on, wait a second. We all thought you were atheist. And it was, in fact, he was really just leading us to come to our own conclusions. Isn't that fascinating? So yeah, he was a Jew the whole time. But, I mean, there you go. That's the end of my story. Oh, and just because this is an extra little bit of detail, I felt so bad for these parents. Do you know that they had lost 3 of their kids? They had lost one to a speeding accident, the brother, 2 years before, the daughter to cancer, and then the one kid that I had had the class with. It was just a rainy day, and he was going around a corner, and a truck was coming the opposite way. But the pain in those parents' eyes, there was almost like a numbness. Like, you ever see like shells of people and there wasn't something like deep inside, but it was almost like they were just, but yeah, it was incredible. So, I don't know, but that's the story. So philosophy, yeah, interesting.
Okay, have you ever heard the hymn to Cleanthes? So just, you have to remember that life is relativity, meaning that, like, if you can use your imagination to put yourself in ancient Greece and you can read the poem now, in a way, you're matching that person's brain pattern. And it's just like a fun way to experience life. I think all these people who debate all these religious texts all day, they're not experiencing them by reading them out loud performatively. You know, I don't know if you know this about me, but I was an actor in the 7th grade. I played Franklin Delano Roosevelt in Annie on Broadway. In the 7th grade, I played the president. I sat in the wheelchair. I'm just kidding. It wasn't Broadway, but it was our high school music, or a junior high musical. Anyways, let me read to you the hymn of Cleanthes. I was on our local newspaper cover for the month with Annie. I played FDR. So I'm trained in, reading scripts and singing songs and improv, because there was actually a lot of improv in the musical because things went awry. Things fell, people forgot their lines, people forgot their place, people, the audience wanted to see how the kids reacted. Anyways, this is called the Hymn of Cleanthes. This is philosophy, Bima. So take the deepest breath of the day. This may be philosophy you've never heard before. But the thing is, it's not literal, but there's like messages in it that can help improve your life. That's the point of studying this stuff. Personal development, not debate. Take it with you. Because people come into the gymnasium and they leave with what they brought in. But I'm giving you what I brought in. So this is called the Hymn of Cleanthes. This is from a book. This is the Harvard Press. This is an old book, Bima. This is like 120 years old. Cheap, but this poem is thousands of years old. That to me is what's super cool. So it's called the Hymn of Cleanthes. Clean thus. It's kind of interesting. Chiefest glory of deathless gods, almighty forever, sovereign of nature, that rulest by law, what name shall we give thee? Blessed be thou, for on thee should call all things that are mortal, for that we are thine offspring. Nay, all that in myriad motions lives for its day on the earth bears one impress, thy likeness upon it. Wherefore my song is of thee, I hymn thy power forever. Lo, the vast orb of the worlds round the earth, evermore as it rolleth, feels thee its ruler and guide, and owns thy lordship rejoicing. I for thy conquering hands have a servant of living fire. Sharp is the bolt, where it falls, nature shrinks at the shock and doth shudder. Thus thou directest the word universal that pulses through all things, mingling its life with lights that are great and lights that are lesser. Ein as beseemeth its birth, high king through ages unending, not as done that is done without thee, in the earth or the waters, or in the heights of heaven, save the deed of the fool and the sinner, Thou canst make rough things smooth at thy voice. Low, jarring disorder moveth to music, and love is born where hatred abounded. Thus hast thou fitted alike things good and things evil together, that over all might reign one reason, supreme and eternal. Thou, thereunto the hearts of the wicked be hardened and heedless, woe unto them, for while ever their hands are grasping at good things, blind are their eyes, yea, stopped are their ears to God's law universal, calling through wise obedience to live the life that is noble. This they mark not, but heedless of right, turn each to his own way. Here, a heart fired with ambition, in strife and straining unhallowed, there, thrusting honor aside, fast set upon getting and gaining. Others again given over to lusts and dissolute softness, working never God's law, but that which warreth upon it. Nay, but, O giver of all things good, whose home is the dark cloud, thou that wieldest heaven's bolt, save men from their ignorance grievous, scatter its night from their souls, and grant them to come to that wisdom wherewithal, sistered with justice, thou rulest and governest all things, that we, honored by thee, may requite thee with worship and honor, evermore praising thy works, as is meet for men that shall perish, seeing that none, be he mortal or God, hath privilege nobler than without stint, without stay, to extol thy law universal. So there's like a theme in these words that I see, by all these books. They're all manipulating the law and the will. And, but it's a meditation, Bhima. That's the whole point, that's the point that people aren't getting. It's what I just did was basically hypnosis. But it's a large language model, a universal large language model. So it's very smart. People aren't communicating this way. They're not transmitting this information on this app. This app is a entertainment. It's a profane, vulgar hypnosis. I just gave to you a very intelligent hypnosis. Would you agree? Did you enjoy it? That was called The Hymn to Cleanthes. I think it's the hymn to clean your mind. What do you think?
I appreciate it. I'd like to read it. I was trying to find it to read along with you, but I couldn't find that translation.
Yeah, I got this book. It's Plato, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius, the Harvard Classics. And that is a short little poem in between Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius. And this, to me, is like a very valuable philosophy book. And it's so smart. Bima. I don't think women will ever read this stuff. Therefore, I don't put a lot of trust in women unless they're in my book club. That may sound ridiculous, but there are women that claim, I heard this literally by Cora, Cora on this app, who just had breast surgery for.
I do know Cora. Why are you exposing her details like that?
Because I was asking her, are you gonna get angry today? And she's like, can you just take it easy on me? I'm sitting here relaxing. I was like, oh yeah, sure, my bad. Okay. So anyways, she claimed that nobody needs to read Confucius, nobody needs to read Lao Tzu, nobody needs to read anything because eventually your brain will figure it out. And I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, because it's there for our ingestion, just like a salad is at 7 p.m. if you want to have dinner. It's up to you to try to seek out, read these things, maybe read them regularly and see, because the theory is reality is constructed with your thoughts. So if you can use these sacred texts in your communication, it's a little bit like, manifestation or matrix. It's really just large language matrix, but I'm just saying the power of words, the power of your brain, the power of these sacred text documents is the therapy and healing that everybody's looking for. And if you heal yourself, you heal the world. So that's my theory.
I like the theory. I am curious though, because I found a similar experience that women don't like not only to not read philosophy, but most aren't deeply involved in politics, economics, history, these types of things. And my question is, do you think that this could have been because there was, the typical, this is the feminist answer, which is there was this great epistemic injustice where the places that spoke and talked and discussed was all tied to things that didn't include women, right? So you'd have these conversations, these debates, these discussions at universities and back in the cowboy days, the salons, politics, and they excluded women. Do you think that if men led us women to value philosophy more, that then there would be a shift in that? Or do you think that women inherently just don't like philosophy and politics and history?
Yeah, most women are in the now, so philosophy would take them out of the now, and therefore they don't want to engage in it because they would rather, fulfill their routine or their pattern. Philosophy is de-patterning, and that's why the Roman government outlawed it, because it was dangerous to the pattern of the government. It's the same thing today. Anybody who essentially says we've already achieved, total abundance and fulfillment, they will rapidly be told, no, get back to work. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we have a philosophy problem as much as we have an economic problem, because economics really is philosophy. And that's why I was asking, what's your economic philosophy? Because if you're a libertarian, Mises Institute, or you understand big government, big problems, small government, small problems, it's just a question of power sharing, distribution, because we already have infinite abundance, because we have infinite dollars, technically. It's just a question of will, and then fraud and fairness. And so it's like you want to apply the solution to what will give us the best yield. If you look at a large spreadsheet with, thousands and thousands of categories, and you're trying to adjust to try to optimize, it always becomes a normal distribution curve. And then there's certain outliers and opportunities for optimization, but the bell-shaped curve is the status quo. But philosophy is like the X factor that allows you to manipulate the bell-shaped curve. So you could call it a black swan event. If there are black swan events, there are black swan people. It's the same thing.
You see, no, hold on, wait a second, because you said, women are in the now, and you also mentioned manipulation. These are two very interesting things, because I think the complete opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Women are never in the now. Didn't you see that study where they took men? I think you might have even been on and told me this. They took men and they took women and they put them in rooms and they asked them what they thought about for, the time. And the women were replaying all these conversations from the past, just in their mind. And men, they weren't thinking about anything. They were thinking about like something fun or a car or some new thing or something like that. And so I don't think women are in the now at all. I think that's the problem with relationships, because women are so deep and they get into the thoughts and they cycle. I think it's the complete opposite. And also the manipulation. Have you heard that because of the evolutionary strength, the physical strength and the capacity that men have evolved to be, right, to have faster, stronger, larger, whatever. And then you have women who had to combat it through psychological manipulation. And to manipulate, not manipulation in a bad way, but to help manipulate the man into either, I don't know, probably always doing something with security in the home, because this is what us women always fight for. We just want you guys to support us, to secure us. We want to feel safe. Some women, they want more. They want to be pampered, and I don't think that type of thing. I'm not talking about that type of woman. I'm talking about a woman that loves communication, loves you as a man and respects you and wants to be able to sort of Ayn Rand style, I hate to, a woman president. It's one of my favorite essays. I'm sorry, but to admire the masculine. We like that. Us feminine women love a masculine man to feel safe and secure. And then we do all the back work, we raise the kids and have to do all the deep stuff while you guys are doing the immediate stuff. We're the ones constantly thinking, replaying, and trying to figure out the dynamics, blah, blah, blah. I think ultimately women would love philosophy if our leading men would guide us more to have it as an interest. That's my opinion. What just happened?
Well, I'd like to read a little more Marcus Aurelius to try to demonstrate to you further. Are you still an atheist, Bima?
No, I'm not an atheist.
So you do believe in the word God. What does it mean to you?
Source, power. Source.
Source and power is what the word God means to?
Yeah. I would say source. Source then would be the equivalent to love. So source and love, and those are interchangeable for me.
Okay, so I'm probably not going to read Marcus Aurelius right now. I'm like on a kind of a time crunch. I have a hard out. And do you know what the opposite of a hard out is?
Earworm. I guess it's soft.
Soft in, hard out. What would you say the Holy Spirit is?
I'm not sure I understand it in the same way that different sects of Christianity understand it, but I would just say I probably get how I've developed my understanding of what source is, what energy is, how energy transmutes, how source connects, how we're connected, how it touches us, what love is, soul. It would just be the presence of love that is an all-seer being, because it is all of what is around us. Even if we can't see it, it sees us. So I don't know, something like that.
the Chinese have a philosophy of retreat under battle. So, meaning that, like, the question is, what is energy conservation to you? Because if you are energy, how do you conserve yourself for tactical deployment? So, it's like Jesus is a carpenter, meaning that you get a solid block of wood and you carve an object out of that in the same way that you are like a pot or a cup. You are what you put in it. So it's a question of self-molding, really, which is just personal development, or trying to, and certain esoteric books, they call it the genius effect. People are trying to achieve genius with their brain in some field. So how would you consider your brain achieving? What are you trying to achieve in your field? Like I heard Jerry Seinfeld say, whatever you're doing, try to do it better. That's your job, is to try to do what you're doing better. And I'm like, yeah, that's like a very simplistic way of like framing it for you. So what are you trying to do better, Bina?
My ultimate goal is to master a form of communication that enhances people's life. So whenever I talk to somebody, whatever I can offer them through anything I can offer them, maybe it not be a specific suggestion, recommendation, but just a way to communicate that improves and leaves us more whole and more feeling loved. I don't want to see people in pain, and not if we can help it, right? Not if we're the cause of it, and there could be an alternative. Obviously, I know that some things have to happen because entropy, right? And I think that there's a beauty in that, and we can learn to accept that. But I don't think that we have to. I don't think that it's a good thing. I know I'm sneaking in a lot of reifications, but I don't think that it's a loving thing. And I like to love, so I'm a lover. I thought for the longest time that I wanted to know so much. And then I started to learn more, and you know the phrase, the more that I was learning, the more that I was like, I really don't know anything. And that's why I came to develop the philosophy that I have towards interactions between human beings. And I wanted to create like a universality, I guess, to apply to anybody. Because I understand I'm an American. I was born in here. That was such a small percent. I'm not in control of any of this. Nobody is. So how can I extend what I've been gifted to the world? And that's just communication. You already said it. So I want to be able to communicate masterfully. Masterful communication. And that's really difficult because you have to meet different people at different levels. Psychologically, you have to be able to tell like where they are and what they need to hear in order to break through barriers, to give them different perspectives, to hold multiple perspectives of multiple things, just so they can soften, they could soften their heart out.
Heart in, heart out. I like people who say, I got a heart out at 10. 10, not 11, 10, not 9.
Do you know, there was this one, it was a news article, I want to say it was in the Financial Times. I could be wrong. Now, this was 20 years ago. It was one of my favorite articles that I've ever read, and I wish I could find it again. I've tried to look. If anybody is listening to this, please, if you know what this is, this article that I'm talking about, let me know. Find a way to let Bima know. Okay, or John Kitover, and John Kitover will get me the message. But this is basically what happened. There was a professional violinist, or maybe he was a cellist. He played in an orchestra, and he was just brilliant at what he did. And he had said that he was playing like this song, And it was a song that he's played hundreds and hundreds of times. And it was something that everybody's heard, right? And people would ask him, like, don't you get bored, like, playing the same thing over and over and over? And he said, no. He said, because in my mind, every time and every attempt that I play, it's almost a game in my head that I play to master the playing of that piece. Like, there is so much, even if it sounds like the best that you've ever heard somebody play, in his mind, there's still more to be done and more that he can improve. And I thought that was so beautiful. Like, he's at peace and content with doing something that is just, would be so, like, I don't know if the word would be monotonous or boring to everybody else, doing something over and over and over. And that's what I want to do with communication, because you think, like, oh, you learn to communicate, and then there's like, no, there's just so much. There's so many different ways to talk to somebody. There's so many different things that you need to know about what people are thinking in order to create a communication that there can actually be an exchange. Like a true exchange. A true communication, a transaction of communication.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Instead of just like this. Like me, I'm just talking. I doubt that you're receiving anything. You're probably doing something else.
No, I hear you.
So I'm just like,
So what you're saying is already true. However, there are treacherous people about. There are traitors, there are betrayers, there are backstabbers, there are liars, there are charlatans, there are thieves, there are murderers. So that always throws a pickle in the bone. But lucky for you, I've already been to the deli and I got a great pickle.
I hope it's half sour. 'Cause that's the only thing I'll eat.
So you know Zach Ruda on this app?
No.
Him and I have a theory that you can, like, within 10 minutes, you can get like 100 song titles just by listening to what people say on Clubhouse. So when he talks, sometimes I'll just be like, okay, I'm going to create a song based on what you just said. And I came up with a song called I Just Went to the Deli and I Got a Great Pickle.
Can we hear it?
Possibly. Possibly not. But this is another good song. It's called I Invoke. I Invoke Bima. Okay, this is Hypnosis ASMR with Bima, your ASMR hostess for the night.
You were mine, oh my saint, a whisper, a flame, a soft restraint by the scars we create. I called your name, I sealed our fate. Though I fall, though I faint, though I choke, by the fire of desire I
Okay, Bima. I'm gonna hard out soon, but not right now. What is your number? Pick a number 1 through 200. Hello? Bima, do you have a number 1 through 200? I'm gonna read you a poem very quickly. What up, McZed? McZed just came in for a second. Okay, Bima, let me know when you're ready for your poem, 1 through 200. This song is called The Secret Communion.
By the mystic union of fairy and fowl, unspoken, unbroken, the dust to the dawn, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsung, the listless resistless tumultuous tongue, through shadows that shimmer, through whispers that hum, an echo eternal, a heartbeat, a drum, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsung, the listless resistless tumultuous tongue, beneath moonlight's mirror, where stars softly weep, the vow that was uttered, still buried so deep, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsung, the listless resistless tumultuous tongue.
Okay, this is called Go Back to Sleep. You who have no love in your heart, you can go back to sleep. That's the name of this one. Another banger by John Kitover Music Incorporated. Bima, thanks for the hypnosis and ASMR. Let's start this Sunday night. This is your 10 o'clock, not 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hard out. You made it. You are a survivor. You did it. You can go back to sleep. Oh, you're here, Bima. You're here. All right, well, I'm going to read a poem to you. I'm going to just go to the 10th page, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Couldn't give me a straight answer.
I water my begonias.
Watery begonias. Go back to sleep. You who have no love in your heart. Go back to sleep, baby. You got no love in your heart.
I have been burned by the fire of love.
Do you have love in your heart, Bima? Do you have love in your heart? You can go back to sleep, Bima. Go back to sleep, Bima. Get back in bed. Get back to sleep. You got no love in your heart. This is DJ Bane. Let the games begin. One of you lucky Clubhouse users is the Trigger Man. Go back to sleep, Bima. You got no love in your heart. Bima, can you prove that you have love in your heart? This is Bima's ASMR moment. Everybody, I just want you to know, this is an ASMR experience. Bima is your host for the rest of the night. Bima, you can come in and out, heart in, heart out, totally up to you. But if you want to host this room, I mean, it's yours to do with it what you will. It will run until probably 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And I hope you have fun with this experience, Bima. It's your opportunity here to do your own hypnosis, your own ASMR, your own NLP. Read whatever you want, but I would encourage you to read a book in this room. It will run till 4 a.m. today. What was that?
I will read a book in this room.
Okay, fantastic. Invite people to it as well, but don't change the title. Title's perfect. It's your hypnosis. It's the ASMR Bima experience. Make it, this is a commercial opportunity here. People make money with ASMR. It's very hard because it's so competitive. It has to be something special. And I think what you pick matters. Just in the same way with who you choose to associate with matters. Pick the best, Bima. The Buddha says pick the best. And I love the best booty. You can go back to sleep, Bima, but before I leave, can you give me your number so I can read to you a poem from my heart to your heart?
Sure, my number is, are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember those old numbers that you would give to somebody back in the day and then it was like a recording and it'd be like, this isn't really my number.
1 through 99. What's your number, Bima?
Let's do, Begoniaceae. How many?
You can go up to actually 196.
Alright,
I'm just going to read you one page. Hurry up. Give me your number, Bima. It's your poem. This is going to rock your world. 97?
No, 77.
77? All right, good pick. Okay, here it is. Ooh, oh, what the F? This is what I wanted to read you, which is strange. Okay, so take the deepest breath of the day. This is a journey, Bima. Are you open to going on a journey? Okay, can you record this somehow, Bima? the poem, you're really going to like this because I think you deserve it. It's called...
I'm not going to have access to it. Wait, are you recording it?
Yeah, I'm recording this.
All right. Well, can you send me a recording? I really am wondering my begonness. I don't have access to record. I don't even know what I would do.
Well, can you figure it out? Do you think you would be able to figure that out in like 10 minutes?
Yeah, I could in 10 minutes, yeah?
Okay, if you could record it, because it's a gift. This is like $1 million poem. I'm telling you, it's called On Waikiki Beach. Have you ever been to Waikiki Beach?
No.
Yeah, this is the poem. You don't even need to go there once you hear this poem, but the poem is the gift. It's a very rare poem. Very rare. It's from the master. Do you know who the master is?
Yourself.
The master? Yeah, you could say that. Basically, because you can absorb it. But the poem is an absolute treasure. It's called On Waikiki Beach. Can you record it somehow? Can you stop the watering and somehow get a recording device? Recorder, video,
yeah, I just told my poor,
stream.
my beautiful Dindui. The begonia and I just told it, oh my gosh, look at that leaf. If you could, I wish you could see what I see right now through my eyes. It's beautiful.
Bima, can you somehow figure out a way to record this conversation? Because I want to give you a gift. I want you to listen to it, and then I want you to play it back to me so we can listen to it.
Just give me 3 minutes.
Okay, you got this. Because the whole goal here, Bima, is for you to play back what I'm giving you. And then the comprehension and the understanding is the real cream, the real cherry on top of this pie. Cake. This is a delicious, scrumptious, incredible 5-star Michelin poem of extreme delight. I've texted this room to multiple people, Bima, so they know that it's happening, and I hope they show up. But they might not show up. But time is limited because I have a heart out. And as we've discussed the difference between a soft in and a hard out, time is limited. So you have been put on the clock at 3 minutes that somehow you'll be able to record the poem so you can play it back to us right after we read it to you. Again, it's from the master. You're not going to want to miss this masterful poem from the master. We've identified it. 77's the number on Waikiki Beach. This is the vacation you'll never get to take, even if you had $60,000 to drop on a vacation, which would be a very nice vacation. Most people in their lives will never spend $60,000 on a vacation, but this is $1 million vacation. That we can guarantee you, because it's from the master. Okay, Bima.
We're ready to go.
You can record now?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Okay, far out. Okay, Bima, this is my gift to you, my begonia. This is page 77. It's a 2.5-page poem. It's called On Waikiki Beach. So just take the deepest breath of the day. Focus on your heart center. Imagine yourself on a beautiful beach in the tropical Pacific, surrounded by flowers, birds, and the ocean. It's called On Waikiki Beach. Upheaved from chaos, through the dark sea hurled, through the cleft heart of the amazed sea, sprang mid deep thunderous throats of majesty. Titanic, in the waking of the world, spring one vast mass of spume and molten fire, lava, tremendous waves of earth, spring higher than the sea's crest, volcano torn to be, written, encyclopedian category. Hawaii. Here she stands, queen of all laughter's lands, that dance for dawn, lie tranced in leisured noon, dreaming through day towards night, craving the perfumed light of the stars lustrous and the gem-born moon. Dewy with clustered diamond, the long land swoons to sleep. The sea sleeps and yet wakes beyond. Here in the crescent beach and bay, the sea, curving and carving in warm shapes of dream, answers the love song of the lilied stream, and moves to bridal music, stern and free. The lion-shaped headland guards the shore, the ocean, the bull-throated, evermore roars. The vast wheel of heaven turns above, its rim of pain, its jeweled heart of love. Sun waved, the eagle wing of the air of feathered spring royally sweeps, and on the musical marge watches alone the man, O silvern shape and span of moonlight, reaching over the gray, large breast of the surf-bound strand, life of the earth, God's child, man's bride, the light of the sweet land. Are emeralds ever a spark of this clear green, or sapphires hints of this diviner blue, or rubies shadows of this rosy hue, or light itself elsewhere so clear and clean? For all the sparkling dews of heaven fall far crystalline, fixed, forgotten as a star forgets its nebulous virginity, are set in all the sky and earth and sea, shining with solar fire, the single-eyed desire of scent and sound and sight and sense perfuses the still and ambient light of the essential night, and all the heart of me is faint and muses, as if forever doomed to dream, or pass in peace Lethean adown the grey Lethean stream. So deep the sense of beauty, and so keen the calm abiding holiness of love, reigns and so fallen from the heights above, measurable, influence unseen of music and of spiritual fire, that the soul sleeps, forgotten of desire, only remembering its godlike birth, reflected in the deity of earth, becometh even as God. The pensive period of night and day beats like a waving fan. No more, no more. The years, refit of the joys and fears, pass like pale faces, leave the life of man untroubled of their destinies. Leave him forgotten of life and time, immortal, calm, and wise. Only the ceaseless surf on coral towers, the changeless change of the unchanging ocean, laps the bright night. With unsubstantial motion, winnowing the starlight, plumed with feathery flowers of foam and phosphor glory, the strange glow of the day's ember fallen to indigo, lit of its own depth in some subtle wise, a pavement for the footsteps from the skies of angels walking thus, not all unseen of us, nor all unknown for unintelligible. When with souls lifted up in the Cadmean cup, as incense lifted in the thurible, we know that God is even as we, light from the sky and life on earth and love beneath the sea. Okay, now I'm just gonna play you a little wake-up song from the deep hypnosis of Waikiki Beach. This is another begonia.
That was about 8 minutes.
Was it? Wow. Okay, I want you to play it back to us, but to just like refresh us, take a deep breath, have a little drink, and I'm gonna play you a little flute song. Never had one lesson. Okay, this is one more little musical instrument before my heart out. Here we go. Oh my gosh. I injured my finger playing this drum like 2 weeks ago. It feels like I have a splinter in my finger because I was banging on it so hard. And if I hit a certain part of my finger on the nook of the joint, it's like extremely painful, but it's gotten better. I honestly thought I had like a serious problem. And then I played this drum one day and I realized that playing this drum is what hurt my finger. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my god, I thought I had a sliver. I thought I had a piece of metal or wood in my finger, but it was that fucking drum banging on this thing.
You would, you should, you got a hand pan? You need to do the hand pan.
Yeah, I got a hand pan. I have a, what is that thing called?
I'd love to hear the hand pan. What key did you get it in?
The hand pan I have is actually the top of an oil barrel.
Oh, you got it from the original. Like, who did you get that from?
Some music store on eBay.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah, the other one I have is called a space drum or a pan drum.
Oh.
But the space drum is like an octagon, and then the pan drum is like a concave versus a convex. Do you want to hear it? Okay. For the sake of not having dead airtime, put on some music in this office.
Have come to take you by your hand and bring you to myself. I've come to shine your way as you walk this path. I will make you guiltless, I will make you fearless, and I will place you in the brightest point in the universe. I have come like a breeze of spring to your field of flowers, so I can hold you by my side and embrace you tight. I've come to take you by your hand, bring you to myself. I've come to shine your way as you walk this path, like the cry of lovers. I will help you reach the roof of heavens, from the dust of the earth to a human being. There are 1,000 steps, I've been with you through these steps. I have held your hand and walked by your side, and I will be with you as you move beyond this human form and soar to the highest heaven. I have come to take you by your hand and bring you to myself. I have come to shine your way as you walk this path. I will make you guiltless, I will make you fearless, then I will place you in the brightest point in the universe. I have come like a breeze of spring to your field of flowers, so I can hold you by my side and embrace you tight. I have come to take you by your hand and bring you to myself. I have come
essence of love is exclusive to us. You go back to sleep. I have been burned by the fire of love. You, who have no such yearning in your heart, you can go back to sleep. When you dance, the whole universe dances. All the realms spun around you in endless celebration. Your soul loses its grip. Your body sheds its fatigue. Hearing my hands clap and my drum beat, you begin to whirl. When you dance, the whole universe dances. All the realms spun around you in endless celebration. Your soul loses its grip. Your body sheds its fatigue. Hearing my hands clap and my drum beat, you begin to whirl. Walk the middle path, that's right. Walk the middle path, embrace the part of you. Embrace the dark in your light, the pleasure in your life, the chaos in your peace, the shift in your routine. You just set a higher routine. Sing a higher note, sing a higher note, sing a higher note. This is a master class
And there is a price of admission. Leave your old self behind. Rid your soul of shackles of convention. Dust your mind of methods of control. The beloved is you. You're the deity that you worship. You are the God that you see. Come out of yourself. Come out of yourself. We are eternal beings, currently in three-dimensional earth-based bodies. From the moment you are born, an escape hatch is placed in front of you. Escape with your mind and the desire to be free and learn more. You are starlight, particles of matter mixed with energy. You are born of light and will return to light. Manifest like a flame. No place in time. Power on the inside. No place in time. Power on the inside. Enjoy this bounty. Eat your heart out. Now listen to heal your wounds. I get you to dance. Soul evolution is the beloved is you. Soul evolution is the beloved is you. You got it all figured out. You bend your body real well. You repeat my name so loud. You cut your meat, take away the eyes on where you eat. You read about the stars and the wheels that turn eternal. You think you got it all figured out. You think you got it all figured out. You are all that you'll ever want. You are all that you'll ever need. You are all that you'll ever see. You believe stories of gods who are kind and trustful, of red, white, black, and blue, and yes, you turn the other cheek, and you think you got it all figured out. You think you got it all figured out. You swing from dogma to dogma, you switch from control to control. Oh friend, this is a vicious circle to buy your soul. This is a vicious circle to buy your soul. You think you got it all figured out. You think you got it all figured out. You are all that you'll ever want. You are all that you'll ever need. You are all that you'll ever see. uncertain remain. In the middle of my heart, a star appears, and the seven heavens are lost in its brilliance.
Listen, my love, your soul is ever intact. Don't mind the destination, don't mind the end, don't mind the good or bad, or right and wrong. Grow from the past, but grab hold of now. Now is always evolving. The end is eternal, it's ever reaching. As there are billions of stars, there are billions of steps. As there are billions of souls, there are billions of ways to grow. Last night, under the roof of all nations, woman in red spoke of self-realization. She said, I am fully illuminated. Listen, my love, illumination is eternal. It can never be full. Evolution is eternal. Love is always evolving. The end is eternal. It's ever reaching. As there are billions of stars, there are billions of steps. As there are billions of souls, there are billions of ways to grow. Listen, my love, your soul is ever intact. You can't be hurt. You can't be hurt at all. Listen, my love, as you carve your own path. This eternal joyride, show courage by remaining open, free, and countless in the midst of an ever-reaching end.
And this behavior might play an important role in why we do or do not feel attracted to friendly towards
Bima,
a certain person.
Bima, point of order, moderator. Can you play back the poem I just read to you? I'd like Beaver to hear this incredible, majestic poem that I read to you as a gift. Can you give the gift back to me now, of the gift that I just gave to you?
This is horrible.
My darling Bima Begonia.
Okay. We're gonna just end right at this last paragraph, okay? The term morals in the broadest sense.
Listen, my love, your soul is ever intact. Don't mind the destination, don't mind the end. Don't mind the good or bad, or right or wrong. Grow from the past, but grab hold of now.
Point of order, moderator.
What was the name of that?
Point of order, moderator. I want to invite Beaver up. I like you, Beaver. You know, I don't bring up drama from previous rooms. I just like you as a person. You know, you seem like a pretty cool, chill dude, whoever you are.
I can't bring him up.
That's okay. Can you play the gift I gave you, Beaver? Hello, Bima? Bima, can you play the gift I gave you?
Yeah, we're preparing.
It's an 8-minute poem, Beaver. Welcome to Hypnosis ASMR with Bima. This is a book reading room. I'm going to hard out. The opposite of a hard out is a soft in. So I hope that you just have a soft in and you have a hard out, because knowing, you know, when you basically it comes down to scheduling. You're in love with I'm in love with Bima. Oh boy. Okay, so Beaver, do you have love in your heart? Okay, this man has love in his heart. That's incredible. Bima is about to play for you a poem that I just gave to her from my heart. It's called In Waikiki Beach.
Here we go.
Bima, this is my gift.
Okay.
This is page 77. It's a 2.5 page poem. So just take the deepest breath of the day. Focus on your heart center. Imagine yourself on a beautiful beach, tropical Pacific, surrounded by flowers, birds on the ocean. It's called Waikiki Beach. Up here through chaos, through the dark sea world, through the clutch heart of the amazed sea, spring mid deep thunderous throats.
Okay, Bima, never mind. It doesn't sound very good. It's super loud and hard to listen to. So, Beaver, I will leave you with your love, your Bima. This is Hypnosis. ASMR. Bima. In music, musician, AI Wisdom House. If you haven't joined the house, cash in your little pinky. Your little dinky winky. Augustine is here. Of Hippo. It's amazing. Beaver's fallen in love with Bima. Bima, how do you feel about that?
Well, Beaver has acute aggression, and so he likes cute things.
Beaver and Bima, I will also point your direction to the link in the Jumbotron. Click that link and you can hear yourself talking. You're being broadcast live to my yoga studio. Everything you say is recorded live in my yoga studio. How do you feel about that?
I feel powerful. What can I do? What should I read? Tell me.
It's your recording studio for the night. I'm gonna hard out. Augustine just had a soft in. Welcome, Augustine.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Augustine?
Not too great since the Bears lost, but I'm good.
Do you live in Chicago, Augustine?
Yeah, I do.
That's too bad. I hear a bunch of criminal Democrats, socialist, Marxist, terrorists run that city, and it's bankrupt. What a horrible, awful, terrible city.
I agree. I don't like the liberalism.
Well, this is your hypnosis ASMR experience to help you relieve the pain of suffering, the loss of defeat. That ram meat wasn't as tasty as the bear meat, but what are you gonna do? It's a barbecue. Augustine, how do you feel about mockery? Are you open to being mocked?
Yeah, I'm fine. Like, Not too many things bother me.
Okay, so welcome to the inside joke, where we will be mocking people who come to this room. They will not be aware that we will be mocking them, but mockery will occur, I assure you, sir. So not many people know bee psychology, but I got a couple books on some bees, and I figured two or three things out about a bee queen and her cohort of drones that serve her. She has a special retinue of men. And here we are, gentlemen, all in love with the same queen bee in a honey hive of joy. But ladies and gentlemen, let the games begin.
What makes you happy? You could probably list a number of things. I'm reading from a book. All of which upon closer scrutiny will be seen as restrictions of your happiness. To put the question another way, under what circumstances and with what will you be happy? Nothing makes you happy. Nothing is all that can ever make you happy, and all that ever will make you happy. Things can only provide you with a state you call happy, which at best is a temporary distraction or absence
What we do with politics
of sadness. Cause and effect is a tool of the mind. On a large scale, it's an attempt by the mind to make things predictable, but at the same time, it oppresses the mind endlessly by the conditions which exist outside of it. You think something causes something else, then you're not the cause. You are to some degree the effect which makes you a victim. Like other elements of the mind, cause and effect on the surface seem to make sense and be useful after all. If there were bugs on your potato plants, and within days the leaves died, God forbid, it may be useful to figure out how to keep the bugs away before planting the next crop and find out if the potatoes live. If you're the only potato producer and there's no other food, then this is a matter of life and death. The mind will seldom admit it, but for the mind, everything is always a matter of life and death. So you get a pesticide and you kill the bugs on the potatoes. You get potatoes, but your pesticide runs off and kills all the fish in your lake. You've now traded potatoes for fish. This is not a trade you meant to make, but as a result, you controlled those bugs, the potatoes and the fish. What appears to be cause and effect from one perspective may not seem so from another perspective and may seem entirely different from a third. Anything that is dependent on one perspective is not real and is food for the importance of the mind. Anything that is dependent on one perspective is not real and is food for the importance of the mind. Anything that is dependent on one perspective is not real and is food for the importance of the mind. Hold still, you little critter. You dig your heels into the fresh dirt in an attempt to make the cow slow down. Finally, she does. You wind the rope around her legs, flip her over. In this position, as she bawls, you brand her. Horrible, you horrible human being. Now the cow belongs to who? To you. When you purchase the property, you get a deed, a piece of paper letting you and other people know that this little piece of dirt is really yours, bought and paid for. Cause and effects are the way you personalize and legitimize your illusions. They are the way you convert what really isn't into what really appears to be so. They are the way you convert what really isn't into what really appears to be so. They are a tool to turn your limited perspective into general perspective so that you're justified in holding it. They are your brand, your stamp of reality. Happy because as a species, people are going down for the second time, drowning in their limitation of perspectives. If you're listening to this, you probably are a sufferer of limited perspective. Getting a bigger perspective will not save them, nor will a smaller one. People need to learn to adopt, nurture, and feel and feed various perspectives at the same time. The very root of humor, the very root of humor is holding two absolutely opposite perspectives at the same time. That's interesting. The root of humor is holding two absolutely opposite perspectives at the same time. When you do this, you see yourself. Most people adopt a perspective and hold on to it. It looks like this. Imagine you're standing there, and in front of you, you see a box. As long as you argue for and attempt to prove or validate your perspective, you lock yourself into a certain position regarding that which you're trying to prove. You prevent yourself from adopting other perspectives, but the payoff is worth the price. Your mind gets consistency and the illusion of control. Remain standing in the same place, and things will look the same to you. Cause and effect is what lets you know where you stand based on something outside yourself. If you can adopt, hold, and nurture both your present perspective and the opposite of your present perspective, something magical happens. What do you think that is? If you can hold and nurture your present perspective, think of something. Think of a political issue. If you can hold and make an argument for your position, your perspective, can you equally hold the opposite of that present perspective? Interesting. When you do, it looks something like, you walk over. So now you see two sides of the box. Two sides of the box. You're on one side of the box, you're on the other side of the box. Since nothing is real and everything is an illusion, then we can simply complete the magic of this picture by removing something unreal from it. Now, imagine yourself looking at the box on one side. Imagine you're holding the perspective of yourself looking at the box from the other side, and now remove the box, and you have two people, yourself, looking at yourself. When you adopt opposite perspectives and hold them at the same time, you see yourself. A moment of revelation and enlightenment. So, point of order, Bima, let me ask you a question. If you look at the word enlightenment, what does that mean to you? Enlightenment. I would think enlightenment. An enlightenment, an enlighten, to enlighten, to lighten, to lessen, to enlighten, to lighten the load of limited perspective.
So enlightenment, you had the magic word there, to lighten, meaning to let go of or to illuminate with light. So the secret of life, I believe, is that it's a conspiracy to essentially generate an to generate an anger response. And light, the first three letters is let it go, lig. I call it the principle of lig, let it go. So if you want to illuminate yourself with light, if you want to enlighten yourself, meaning angels fly, because they take themselves so lightly, and the Lord of Hosts or the Blessed Holy Ancient One is so much more foolish or comical that he's the host of the angels. So that's the secret, is comedy. Comedy is the catharsis. Can you imagine, biologically speaking, what is the laughter response? Isn't that actually kind of a phenomena? Like, what makes people laugh? If you could have a list of like what are the top 10 things that make people laugh, it would be an interesting list. I'm just saying.
That is very interesting. What do you think laughing is for, or why you developed that?
Okay, this is the prompt I just gave Grok. What are the top 10 things or categories or funny stuff that makes people laugh? How does laughing work biophysically and psychologically? Let's see what Grok says. So, Biba, do you have any songs memorized?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, sing us your favorite song that you have memorized.
Okay. Okay. It goes like this.
So, Bima, let me ask you a question here.
Too much distraction. You hear it's 12 o'clock at night.
Bima, what's in your PTR? Because I'm looking at it and my eyes look blurry. Like, what does your PTR say to you? What does it mean to you? How does it make you feel?
The PTR is a contradiction. No, not a contradiction. I take that back. It's hypocrisy. It represents disingenuous, or what is it? Intellectual dishonesty. You have people that are so blinded by political parties and political identity that they can't be objective in looking to truly what a
Okay, point of order, moderators. We have a new speaker here, Mark, a congressional candidate. Bima here has been hosting the room. Thank you for being here, Mark. Please, Bima, let's give Mark a little space to say hello. How's your night going, Mark?
Hey, everything's great. I just got invited to go to Mar-a-Lago a few minutes ago, and I went in my other bedroom to show my son Max, and he showed me your recent, I guess, creations with AI. I love it. I think it's great. How do you do that?
So it's the app called Sora, and you just put in a prompt like Mark Rice at a voting booth, and everyone starts congratulating him as the American flag and balloons pop and victory is declared for Mark Rice. Like, you put that prompt in, it'll just create whatever it creates.
Did you upload a picture of yourself in there? You must have.
Yeah,
Right?
it does its own facial recognition. You have to read. Yeah, you have to give up your identity. It's pretty intense.
That's cool, though.
It's so cool.
Are you getting traction with it, or people singing and talking about it?
No, everything to me is like it's all spam bots. Like all the followers, most of the followers on my Instagram came from one reel I created, because you can see the analytics, and see which content you put actually got you followers and views. and so, anyways, to me, it's just like a creative endeavor. But I'll tell you, it could be invaluable for your campaign if you're willing to take an artistic leap of faith, and I would really encourage you to do it because.
Yeah, I think I might. I've got like almost 5 full-time employees now working for my campaign. I decided to bite the bullet, play salaries, and went through like 100 resumes to find 2 or 3 good people. And so and they're young, like you, or younger than you even, like they're in their 20s, and they're pretty tech savvy. So I'm gonna see if I can stick one of them on that. I like that idea.
You can get other people.
You come to my debate on Tuesday?
Yes.
You know about that.
Yes, I'll be there. Max said he was going to pick me up, but if not, I'll be there. I'm close by.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna mess her up, man. We have 200 people who have RSVP'd so far.
When I heard you do your debate with that X account. You did this like X space, and you were so patient with this very difficult Karen.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
So I would say that I think if you follow that same formula, you're a winner. But I don't know. To me, that was your win. So like, I would say, if you listen to that feedback, it would like help you with this debate. Because how aggressive are you going to be?
Well, that's the question. Like, if I'm gonna be aggressive, I have to do it in a passive aggressive way. Because she's a woman, and there's lots of older people and whatnot. So I can criticize her like crazy because there's a lot of material there. She's an anti-Semite. She's like, she lives in Florida. She's living in Florida. Just all kinds of crap. She's basically a Democrat. So I'm going to accuse her of all that stuff and bring it up in like a really nice way. That's kind of my thought. What do you think? Do you think that's some way to do it?
I heard Kennedy say, tell people what you mean without being mean. And that you will win. I lost my first election in college. I ran for junior class president, and I was kind of mean. The nice Christian guy with the blonde hair, who I was smarter. If I was as nice as him, I would have won. But I wasn't as nice as him.
Right. That's exactly my we'll see if I can keep it together. We can't take notes with this. We can't have our cell phone and computers. I'm gonna practice, I think, tomorrow and Tuesday to figure out how I'm gonna do it. But we got Amy Jacobson who's the NC, and then we've got a couple of questioners. They're not taking questions from the audience. I wish they were, but they're not. But then half of it is us going back and forth asking each other questions. So it's really like a true debate, as opposed to these forum things, which are boring as hell. Where people just I've done a couple of those, and I like this. So I got to think about what I'm going to ask her and how I can kind of twisted into making her get really uncomfortable.
Oh, I have a good question for you.
Anna Kasparian, the girl from the Real Turks.
Yeah, I know who that dingbat is.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know who she is. Mark, I got a great 3 words for you to remember during the debate. 1 is explain to me affordability and how it works. Number 2, explain to me inflation reduction and how it works. Inflation reduction, if she can't even explain to you inflation reduction or affordability, she doesn't even understand economic philosophy. She doesn't even know how to run a business. So, that's it.
Probably right. See, I thought I'd ask her questions about her. Like, for example, I was at a forum that she was at, and she has 10 kids. She adopted 3, and she put 1 up for adoption. It's kind of crazy. But anyway, she hired foreign au pair to take care of her kids. And Republicans don't like that. And then the second thing she did is she supposedly ran a business, but really it was her husband's business, which I'll throw in. I'll say, I started my business as I'm the founder, you married yours, but in any event, instead of hiring American workers on America First, you hired Indians from India to work for the company. Can you please explain that? I think Republicans don't like that. Offshoring jobs and hiring foreign workers instead of Americans.
Of course, Republicans like that. They like it when it's their business.
Right, that's her story. But I think the audience will be pissed because I was at a forum with her and they were grilling her on that. And she didn't have any.
What we do with politics that hurts the people.
So, and I'm the opposite. I've never done any of that.
Thank you.
I've always tried Americans. So, I was trying to think of things that can make her feel really uncomfortable about. Anyway, so her daughter, this Pearl Davis, is pretty famous influencer, is a total anti-Semite. Some sons of Hitler and Jews and this and that. She was in a debate just this last week, and there was a lot of people there. She was in a debate, and then this man
Counts, right?
She just didn't say anything for like a minute. She just sat there in silence. It was like really awkward. It was like cringeworthy. So Max thinks that, that's the mom of this girl.
Listen, nobody's got me shaking my head.
So maybe I could get the same response. That'd be kind of cool if I could do that. You guys aren't familiar with that? You didn't see it? It was kind of on the internet. Kind of virally, because it was just weird. It was a debate, and the girl wouldn't answer. She just sat there.
Which one was it?
And asked her questions, and she didn't say anything.
Which debate was it? So, did you see that 9th District debate? Pearl Davis. I see. I see what you're saying. Okay.
You're talking about it at the Pickwick and Park Ridge?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure where it was, but Max said he was there, and then I guess Severino left because they didn't say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh no, that's a different. That was the Democrats.
Yeah, it was the Democrats, and it was with that guy. Have you ever met that guy, Danny Biss, in Evanston?
I actually have. He's a loser like that. Yeah, there's like 17 of them now running. It's crazy.
The gay African American guy.
Well, I was with Max and at a, I don't know, it was actually a Jewish, it would have been a Jewish like synagogue kind of thing. Anyway, and a lot of those 9th people were there, Democrats, and I was there. Rocio was there, and anyway, and Rocio, I did the filming. I don't know if you saw it, where Rocio was giving Kat like gifts to take to jail with her. Did you see that? It was so fun.
Yeah, that was funny.
It was hilarious. You're like, here's what you can use in prison. Anyway, I think she's coming to my debate on Tuesday, and she might do a similar thing to that Jen Davis. We'll see what she does. Or the girl who runs my opponent's campaign is the ninth potential committee woman, Joan Lasson. So I'm going to rip into her too for being such a loser, because they've got 2 felons, a child molester, and a CCP guy who can't speak English. And here she is, instead of trying to work in the 9th, she's trying to defeat me in the 8th for money. I think that's kind of a good point. She's like a major rhino, so I'll talk about that a little bit in the debate. She will not like that.
Well, I would try to create some of these Sora AI videos because the algorithm likes the videos, and Monday I'm gonna spend some money and try to run ads and try to distribute.
Boost them?
Huh?
Like boost
the posts. Try to do it on YouTube and Meta, and just do like small budget experiments in Peoria, because I want to like just basically spread the psyop and see on March 17th how many write-ins I can get. If I could get just 500 people to write my name in, like that would be a success. I mean, that's the goal.
That's cool. You might be able to do that. Think of all the people that signed for you. You know, they might remember your name.
Yeah, it's all an experiment in communication. I'm not going to spend much more money on this, but these videos are pretty amazing. And I have so many cell phones, and you can only do so many videos per account. You can pay to do more videos, but I think by the end of the week, I could have 500 more videos up, and they do get views. So to me, it's like, it's worth it, because how the Sora puts it out is so crazy and so funny, and it's a little bit like I'm turning myself into a cartoon, which is kind of cool.
Right, he's good. You never know if you could get viral. You could be like famous with that stuff. You gotta make it funny, I guess. You have like. But by the way, with me, when I have my videos, not so much AI, but anyway, I've tried. It won't let me boost it like on Meta, because I'm a candidate. Something about politics that won't. Maybe there's a rule against it or something. You can't promote it. I get denied every time. I've tried it like 10 times.
So I'm asking Grok right now, create 10 funny prompts for candidate John Kitover to defeat Darren LaHood for usage on Sora. And you know who owns Sora, right?
No idea.
It's Microsoft and that crazy F word, Sam Altman.
Oh, you're kidding? No.
Yeah.
Wait, how do you spell it? Sora.
Sora. Sora.
Oh, Sora. Okay. Wow.
It's pretty remarkable.
I just thought that of you, but I didn't know where it came from.
What's cool is if you create, say, 10, the most you can knit together on a YouTube short is 25 clips, which is pretty cool, because then you have like a 3-minute video. This is like an advertiser's dream come true. I mean, to be able to come up with this creative outside to independently do, you just can't do it. It's so expensive to do. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. You would think it would be really disruptive. It's amazing.
I mean, I've already arrested.
I saw the one where you're like a football coach at a stadium with people chanting your names and stuff.
I arrested Darren LaHood in one of the videos. I threw him off a hill of corn.
Oh, that's funny. I haven't seen that. That's funny.
So what would some prompts be? Think about some prompts you would create for your campaign, and what's your opponent's name?
Check this out. I was with Nick Shirley last weekend, and I was in Florida with him, and he had interviewed me before, and so we're sort of friends. He gave me his cell phone and everything, and I think I have a deal with him to come to Chicago, and not sure what to do. I got to figure it out, but I figured he's so viral, right? Isn't he like crazy popular online now?
Oh my God, he's huge. You know what you need to do is send him on a ghetto bus tour where they bring you in an armored car through the ghetto, and then he could he could do surveillance videos in an armored car in the ghetto.
Wait, so here's the problem. I also talked to James O'Keefe. They were both at this little thing I was at. It was like a private thing at a little hotel in Palm Beach. And anyway, the problem is, are you familiar? You should know about this, right? Is so something about dual consent or something about Illinois? Like you can't film the way James O'Keefe or Nick, they do their things. You can't do that in Illinois.
You can do it. You can do it unless somebody wants to sue you. That's the whole thing. If you have money to lose and you're gonna go surreptitiously film, you open yourself up to a lawsuit. But as far as like what the law says, again, you're running a risk if you're gonna, do surveillance.
Not in those other states. If those states don't have that rule, you can do it apparently.
You can sue anybody, Mark.
Public space.
Mark, if you've been defamed, if you've been besmirched, if you've been libeled,
That's right.
that's the whole thing. There's no lawsuits for recording you and putting you on YouTube.
Well, that's what they were explaining to me, that in Illinois there's some law against that.
Well,
This specific to Illinois.
TPUSA has filed lawsuits against people that are claiming Erica Kirk is involved in a conspiracy, and it's a bit.
That's defamation. That's different, right? I mean, that you could get sued across the board anywhere if you.
But the whole point of defamation is you can show damages, and so if you just, anyways, because if you're bringing this up.
I'm just telling you, they won't do it. They won't want to go in Illinois. They want do you know James O'Keefe actually showed me, but it's actually part of his little presentation. He's had it's ridiculous, 20 lawsuits, and the amount of money he's had to sue. He's never lost really, but
He's being sued by a former.
$6 million.
He's being sued by a former CIA officer. He's being sued by a former CIA officer right now. Did you see that?
Yeah, he was throwing all the different lawsuits. He has a spreadsheet showing each one.
Yeah, he puts them on the wall, right? He frames them.
Well, I don't know about that, but he had a PowerPoint that he was showing how expensive it is because it's ruined the guy's life. Really, it's bankrupted him. Even though he's successful, he's spent so much money.
Well, I'm sure that F-word, N-word that he filmed talking about Pfizer's evolutionary ambitions, with the COVID-19 jab. I mean, that guy, I'm sure still works for Borla. I guarantee you that guy still probably works for a big pharma. But no prison time, no arrest. If you ever talk to James O'Keefe, ask him, who are the pieces of shit you've recorded and which pieces of shit have gone to jail? Which pieces of shit?
No, that's a good point. Yeah, right. They get away with it. He actually was showing the group I was with, Max ran against Schakowsky, and Schakowsky's husband is Robert Kramer, who did go to jail, but not for anything O'Keefe did. O'Keefe exposed him. Remember, for he had been in the White House 600 days in the Obama White House, so he practically lived there, and he exposed him. And he lost his job. He had to quit, or he got fired the next day after the expose came out.
Wow.
He was talking about that they were hiring illegal aliens to go vote, and they were hiring mentally challenged people to go disrupt Trump rallies, and the dirty tricks guy for Obama.
Oh, I was in Chicago.
That was one of his big things.
I was in Chicago when Trump came to give his speech at University of Chicago, downtown, and or not University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and
What did you see?
Yeah.
I remember that. But they canceled it, right, because of that.
They had no security in place. It was just a total joke. It was unprecedented.
Yeah.
But it did feel like paid. It did feel like paid agitators. There were paid agitators there, outside, inside.
He exposed that on video, and it was Robert Kramer, some other guy, and they were raising money for him, and they're back, and that was what they used the money for. to hire agitators.
Mm. Well, it's a miracle that.
And then they tied it to Clinton, and supposedly it really hurt Hillary's chances in the election.
So this.
She was working with them.
I saw this clip of Ross Perot talking about how the United States is going to lose its manufacturing base in this debate with Clinton, and Clinton is sitting there giggling, and then sure enough, Perot loses, and Clinton does exactly what Perot was describing.
Yeah, I voted for Perot. I think it was genius. He was right. Giant sucking sound. Remember that? Remember that giant sucking sound? That's all the giant.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of like basically Ron Paul. I mean, it's the same person, really.
Yeah, right.
But I was talking to somebody about the Federal Reserve today and the IRS, and I used to work at the IRS, and it's interesting how the Federal Reserve is right across the street, downtown Chicago, because it's like it's a mirror, because they're both technically taxing agencies. The Federal Reserve with its inflation and everything and all its monetary policy, it's just another IRS under a different type of monetary, policy.
Yeah.
So shut them both down. Liberate us. Mark, this is the craziest thing I ever saw at the IRS. They have what's called Taxpayer Assistance Day. In downtown Chicago, at the Federal Building, there is a line of 3,000 African Americans begging to essentially eliminate their tax debt. And they go and they talk to an employee at the Taxpayer Assistance Center. But it's just they just market it as like a day to get help, but the line around the building is terrifying.
Did they get help though? Did they actually do it? They let them off.
I don't know. My point is that the people are not in compliance and they are fucked up.
Right.
They're there because their lives are fucked up because of that, and they're there to try to figure a way out. But maybe it's like a ritual. Because maybe they do get the redress that they need if they show up and wait in line for 8 hours.
Yeah. Hey, have you thought about, like you, me, Max, some of us, we're in a perfect spot to go, like, uncover the corruption that's in Cook County the same way Shirley did in Minneapolis. It's gotta be here, right?
Just go to Preckwinkle's Instagram. Just screen record her Instagram. That's all the evidence of corruption you need, that the mafia Don Preckwinkle is in power all these years. How? She's...
No, but how do you see it on her Instagram?
It's her life. She's not a fiscal conservative. She's a taxologist.
No, right, but I mean follow the actual checks,
I get it. I mean, yeah, there's ways to look into it's all over the place. A lot of it is concealed and hidden because they just open and close. Like there's a lot of hardcore fraud out there, but
yeah,
man, I'll tell you, it's out there.
I figure they donate to Preckwinkle. The fraudsters or the mafia, they're getting the money and then they're contributing a good chunk of it to all these politicians that provide cover for them.
Well,
but it'd still be easy for us to just follow them. You see the money going from the government to them, and then we go and we see that there's nothing there, there's no business. Like all these DEI minority-owned fronts that are fake. For example, that's a good one, or the nursing homes, there's all kinds of fraud. The same crap that's in Minnesota with the schools and the gentrification. We know that that's going on. I just don't know how to find it.
Okay, so this is what I'm doing. I'm asking Grok. I have a link to the 2026 proposed budget amendments and also the archives, the county budget archives. So I'm going to ask Grok to look for any potential fraud based on recent news headlines that the Cook County budget.
By the way, how about the migrant hotels? There's tons of fun there. All that, what was it, $3 billion going to take from the migrants?
Yeah, that's a good point.
That right, those cities, you know, I bet they overpaid by like 10x.
I'm just gonna say, related to recent scam headlines, or related to the migrant invasion.
I mean, I've heard about people like in Highland Park and Glencoe that, you know, it was a big windfall for them. They own like shitty hotels or big warehouses, you know, and they stocked them with all the migrants, and or they didn't even. Or how about the COVID? Remember remember how they had big like hospitals set up and they never even used them? I guarantee there was tons of money paid out to owners of the real estate, and the people providing all the.
You know what? You know what must have been a big one that has probably slipped under the radars? Do you remember seeing all the COVID-19 vaccine retail storefronts that opened up throughout the city?
Yeah.
That had to have been tied to a Medicare, Medicaid disbursement or some type of government program. And the PPP loans as well, because all of these county employees are being arrested for fraudulent PPP loans.
I was going to say, I know people. There's a girl running for Congress in the 11th. You know her, Kitover Brown. She's running right now, and I think she's been found guilty already of PPP fraud.
Tony for Cook.
For a daycare business, PPP. And her husband, I think that maybe pled guilty. He's part of it. And she'll be at the debate tomorrow. They have an 11th debate tomorrow. Plus, there's also a governor's debate at a gun place, and you know about that? It's not that far from you. Like, where is it? By Elgin or something? It's a GAT Guns. Do you know where that is?
I don't know where it's at. I've never been to.
I think it's like probably in my district. It's like near where that Stannis Village is, I think, around there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where that is. Anyway, so I was going to go to the 11th and go to the governor's thing.
Who are you going to endorse for governor?
It's a good question. Who should we? I don't know. I figure if Bailey wins the primary, we're all screwed. And you know, I can't stand there. I've got a lot of mortal enemies. But they're also, he's so unpopular that if he was at the top of the ticket, that would just kill everybody down ballot. So, and he's leading by a lot, I'm sure, right now. Do you know the whole thing, as Max talked to you about the whole Cecilia thing? You know about that?
Yeah.
Party bus?
Yeah.
No, I know Cecilia really well. That's crazy. Did you hear what happened last week when they were at the Three-Headed Eagle? This is all in my district. And they kicked her out. Did you hear about that?
No. Oh, I saw the video of her, screaming on her way out.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? They kicked her out, and I think they kicked out Danny Stewart and some others. Anyway, so then I was at a different event down the street, and Cecilia came in Dundee, and Cecilia went from being kicked out of there to came to my event where I was speaking with like Ted Dabrowski. There was a bunch of candidates there, and they tried to kick her out of there too. She's 25 years old. I feel bad for her. She didn't do anything wrong.
Well, what are you doing the rest of the night? Because I'm actually gonna go. It sucks the Bears lost. I really wish the Bears won.
I know. It's exciting until overtime.
Yeah, I went out last night to the Emerald Island here in Edison Park, and it was a lot of fun. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out. Sunday nights are a Sunday night. Like, it's snowing outside. I'm like, I don't want to go outside and shovel and brush my car off to have to go drive to a bar.
It's really cold.
So wait, how was West Palm?
The holiday, everything's everything's closed, so I guess it's like Saturday night.
How was West Palm Beach? You were there for like a week?
Yeah, I was there for 2 weeks. No, a different thing. I was in Miami for 2 weeks, and then I was in West Palm for like just 2 or 3 days. And I just got invited. I'm going back to Mar-a-Lago on February 5th, I think it is, something like that. Spending a bunch of time there, and I'm not sure it's going to pay off. But I'm meeting all the right people, and they're saying all the right things. And, you know, I can't count on any support in Illinois, so I got to get it from out of state.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a little money, you know, I'm getting some good people that might come work for us, that sort of thing. But I'm like, I am persona non grata to anybody that has anything to do with the party here.
Yeah.
But the good news is they're all such freaking losers that, like, people from out of state, they want nothing to do with them. So they like that I'm not working with any of them.
Well, I don't know. I mean, a little Tanya, a little Toira. I mean, I don't know. The books are more invaluable than any conversation I think anybody can have. So.
I agree. The Rambam beats the hell out of being a new politician. I was, Friday night just around the corner from me is a kebab house on Dearborn. The new Gold Coast sign.
Yeah.
I had Max came too. We had dinner with the rabbi, and he had a little group. It was so nice.
Ben Yahun, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I was in his house. Yeah, I know. I was in his house once, and he's like this big dinner table here. It's formed dozens and dozens and dozens of marriages, and I was like, Rabbi, that's not what has caused the marriages. I was like, it's that size of that shofar right there. And he's like, well, what are you boys doing the rest of the day? I was like, well, we're going to go out and try to meet the Shekhinah tonight. He's like, the Shekhinah? You're going to try to meet the Shekhinah tonight? And then I think his like niece or somebody was like, what's the Shekhinah? But that guy's a great guy. He's a legit,
Yeah. Nice guy. His son was there. He just moved back from New York. I'm going to try to hire him to work for my campaign. He's looking for a job. He was selling real estate in New York and just moved back a couple months ago.
I think his daughter sells real estate in Chicago, right?
I don't. Is that right? I don't know. He's telling me about that. He was the only.
They have so many kids, it's hard to know who's a daughter, who's a wife, who's a what.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but he's.
Max and he had a lot of mutual friends. He's like 30, this one, the boy.
Whenever I walk by the Chabad house on the Gold Coast, I try to touch the handle on the front gate because you can see it's like polished from so many people touching, and it's like a good luck thing.
Yeah. You know what? I was walking my dog. I live like 2 blocks away. So I was walking my dog, one that sits on Pritzker's house. And I'm walking him, and I look through the window. I walk right by, and there were people in there. It just so happened, it was Friday night. So I'm like, well, I got my dog, and it's Chabad, right? So I went in with my dog. and they were so nice with it. My dog behaved, and I ended up staying for dinner, and I called Max, and he came.
I love it down there. There's a nice little hotel, up the street. It's like I've staycationed down there, and it's.
Are you talking about the Ambassador or something else?
Maybe it's the Ambassador. Yeah, it is the Ambassador.
Yeah, sure. That's a famous old hotel.
I just
like 1 block from the Ambassador or something.
Butch McGuire's is the spot. That's where all the hotties from the Gold Coast congregate.
Yeah, do you know my son Miles, Max Filippo, he goes there all the time, and I think he meets girlfriend.
Yeah, I love that. I've had great experiences out of that place.
And by the way, I walk my dog by there. That's my little walk, and they give him treats.
You can bring your dog. You can bring your dog in there.
Oh, I never tried.
They got dog bowls. Yeah, they got dog bowls.
Yeah, that's funny.
There
was a movie called About Last Night. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Pretty famous movie with like really famous actors, like Jim Belushi was in it, and I forget this little pretty girl, I forget her name, but anyway, it's more my era, and they filmed it at Butch McGuire's. It was all about Chicago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you should probably watch. It's a good movie, and it was all filmed in Chicago, and they played that, 10-inch softball, and they're hanging out on Rush Street, and it's kind of cool. It's a popular movie.
Yeah, the Viagra Triangle is my favorite, definitely my favorite summertime spot.
Yeah.
Did you go to Tavern at all since it reopened?
Yeah, sure. That's my little walk. I go up to Dearborn, I walk down Dearborn to the Viagra Triangle, and then I walk back. Usually up Rush. I stay up late just because of the wind and stuff.
Do you know the host?
I live on Lakeshore Drive. I'm on Lakeshore Drive, so I gotta go out the back way.
Do you know the host at Tavern, Benny?
No, I've just been there 3 times.
If you ever go there, ask for the Albanian Benny.
Okay.
He's like a real host. He's like a real host. He's like a 5-star host. It's very interesting.
Yeah. I guess that's the triangle, right? Tavern.
Yeah, they moved across the street. Yeah, they moved across the street into the hotel. I think it's the Thompson Hotel.
Right. That's my energy customer. I knew that. But I went there a while ago. It wasn't that long ago. It was, I don't know, October or something. And there were lots of professionals in there. Obvious looking professionals.
Do you go to the Union League at all?
No.
There's a guy I know. There's a guy that
belong there or something.
Yeah, it's members only club. Do you know a guy named Chuck Lawless from Mesero Financial?
I don't think so. No, I know some Mesero people, but not him.
He recruited me out of high school to go to the Citadel. And he left Mesero Financial recently, and he started his own wealth management firm that's doing pretty good. And but I was on an architectural river cruise with him and classmates and other alumni, and he starts telling me he's reading a book by Rabbi Lazer Brody called The Garden of Amunah, and I couldn't stop laughing.
I've read the book.
Yeah, I was like, I cannot believe you've read this book.
And I've met Lazer when he's come to Chicago a few times.
Yeah, I met him in Los Angeles at an event that he gave a little speech in. It was very interesting. He's a soldier basically.
Yeah, that's not my scene. You might like that. I think it's great, but it's they sing and they kind of do drugs and
Drugs? No, not the Lazer Brody.
Well, what do? They do something. Or they get drunk, I guess.
I don't know. I've never partied with them, but they do those Karl Bach Minion. I don't think he's a Karl Bach Minion person. I think he's a very orthodox guy because he's part of that the breast lovers with that rabbi.
Right. The breast lovers though are I'd say they're like Chabad, but younger and more hippie-ish. It's a very hippie.
Well, their leader is Shalom Arush. Do you know who Shalom Arush is in Jerusalem?
I know the name.
That's the guy that Lazer Brody answers to. And he runs this big nonprofit for the breast lovers.
Right.
His name is Rabbi Shalom Arush.
You see them everywhere. They're like Chabad. They're in the middle of the street and trying to get people to join them, and they're always dancing.
Yeah, they're Nachmanites basically.
Yeah.
Nachman. They're the Nachman people who dance with the keepers.
That's like their Rebbe, right?
That's the Rebbe, yeah.
Yeah. So I know a lot about it, and I honestly have heard of Lazer, and I met him and stuff, and I've even bought some of their books. I think that one you mentioned, I think I did read that one. I read a couple of them. But I don't know, they go to cemeteries and sing really loud in the middle of the night.
Really? Oh, that's strange.
They stay up late. I And they do really cool things with the soldiers too. Like
Yeah.
when you're in Israel, you just can't miss them. You know, they play really loud music, and it's it looks like they're having a good time. You know, but it's young. It's not, I'm way too old for that. It's all young people.
Yeah, there's a saying that, followers of the Rebbe say Rabbono Shalom 1,000 times, even though they can't recite 1,000 pages of Torah. You know, it's just master of the universe.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to your debate.
Yeah, it'll be fun. If you have any ideas for me, feel free to.
I don't understand. How is it not moderated? Why isn't it moderated?
No, it is. It is. There's one, I guess, host, and that's Amy Jacobson, you know, from Dan and Amy. And then there's two questioners or moderators. But the debate rules are like the first 20 or 30 minutes is them asking questions, and then the last half of it is me and her. Like you ask a question for 30 seconds, and then the other person has 1 minute to answer it, and then it rotates. So that's like a true debate, going back and forth. You know, and I can ask whatever I want, really. They say I can't talk about her family. We can't talk about each other's family. Otherwise, we can talk about whatever we want.
Okay, I'm going to give you some good suggestions.
Yeah, please. You know, how can I destroy her without being so mean that it makes me look bad? You know, it's kind of what I'm going for. You know, I think she's I was told today by one of her old campaign managers left her and now wants to work for me. She's a real hard person for people to work with, apparently. So a lot of people that used to like her, now they don't seem to like her anymore. But anyway, they say she's a really out of touch, arrogant lady who doesn't live here and lies about a lot of different things. But she's still living in Florida, and she's just running basically as a vanity campaign. You know, she has a book she's trying to sell and a coaching business, and she claims to have all this money, but she really doesn't have the money. And so it's really not about trying to do anything for the people, it's about just her ego. So how can I paint that picture in a debate? You know, that's what I'm working on.
What's her name again?
Jennifer Davis.
That's
and
weird.
Her daughter is Pearl Davis. Pearl Anna Davis. So her daughter's all over this. She's quite the internet, whatever it's called, influence. She's a legit influencer. Max thinks she makes like $1 million a year.
Overwhelming support. Jennifer Davis. This U.S. term limit says she has overwhelming support.
Wait, what do you mean?
It's just the way that this website, USTL, the U.S. Term Limits website.
Well, it's funny you say that because I was with the president of U.S. Term Limits just last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But she and I both signed a pledge. Is this like the endorsement or the thing where she said she signed it?
Let me ask Grok a prompt here real quick.
Because they don't endorse candidates.
Tell me 10 controversial or bad opinions and takes from Jennifer Davis's
So I don't think she has enough content out there for kinds of stuff. Do they? I don't see that much out there.
So tell me 10 controversial or bad opinions and takes from Jennifer Davis's X account, Instagram account, Facebook, or YouTube account
Yeah, but you better think Jennifer Davis is running for Congress because it's a real common name.
Running for Congress in Illinois 8th District.
Yeah.
Versus Mark Rice.
She didn't have anything. I bet I'll say can't find any.
Oh no, Greg's pretty good. Because then I can keep pushing it after its first response.
Right.
I can't. Let me see here. Mark Rice.
So I think there's a lot of information about her. Because I've looked.
Does she have an X account? I assume she does.
Maybe not. I don't know. I know on Facebook she does. I can't see it. She blocked me.
Let me see if she's on X. Jennifer Davis, 8th District.
Is she active on there? And Max told me she doesn't have.
Yeah, she's on here. She's got 293 followers.
That's not too many, right?
She's following 33 people. She posted 14 hours ago. This is her.
Grandkids, like I do, and if that's you, I would encourage you to come out and join our campaign. And
oh shit! X just hit me with a confirm you're a human being. Now I have to pass a challenge. Authenticate.
Well, I think, yeah. Oh, I'm following it. I don't look at X enough. I know I should. I see the same thing. Yeah, I see that.
let's make a difference. We can win one. We win one. We start to change the trajectory on this state. So please join me. My name is Jennifer Davis.
She's sitting there driving in her Benz.
I see that. No, it's a Tesla.
Oh, she's driving a Tesla, really?
Yeah.
Okay, these are the responses. Oh wow, it also gave us information about fraud.
Do people troll her on there? No.
Do people troll her?
Yeah, I'm looking. They do. Max told me they do.
Analysis.
One day ago. Oh, she's so full of shit. The thing that she was at, she said the army showed up for her. That was the St. Charles GOP. It wasn't for her. In fact, she had a day of action. Was it this Saturday or last Saturday? And it was her and her campaign manager showed up. Nobody else showed up.
Okay, this is what Greg told me. Based on research from Jennifer Davis's Davis for Illinois 8 website and other social media, here are 10 statements that could be viewed as controversial. Number 1, illegal immigration costs Illinois taxpayers billions. 2, criticizes Chicago leaders for demonizing cops and coddling criminals. 3, calls for deporting criminal aliens and prioritizing skilled legal immigrants. 4, accuses CTU of 1900 days of stonewalling audits. 5, blames Mayor Johnson for shrugging off teen violence as kids being kids. 6, says CPS squanders millions on junkets while students fail. 7, criticizes Democrats for 40-day government shutdown. That was on November 13th, 2025. 8, proposes digital dome to protect kids from tech harms. 9, claims high taxes cause population decline. That was recent, January 2026. Number 10, supports expanding fossil fuels for energy independence. Sources verified by Ballotpedia, votejenniferdavis.com.
That's like her camp. That's not controversial. That's her PR.
Yeah, but that's not her, right? She's like the opposite of that, I assume.
No, I think that's her.
Well, if she thinks that building a digital dome is the way to manage society as opposed to like personal responsibility and intelligence, she's just a nanny state. She's nothing more than like an Elizabeth Warren type.
Yeah.
But that's based off of Grok. Do you want me to ask Grok about you? What are your 10 most controversial statements?
Yeah, I love it. But I'm just looking through this for the first time. It's funny, she said she has an endorsement from a guy who said he endorsed me as well. Yeah, oh. Huh. She's really working hard against me. Look at it.
Putting families and freedom first. Okay, let me ask Grok. Hey, Grok, I'm not going to ask controversial. I'm going to say, what are Mark Rice's top 10 priorities for America and the voters of District 8?
Never said this before. I should have looked at this before. She has a campaign manager do it. She probably didn't even look at it. And like the National Guard.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to do the Sora stuff because it is like, it turns you into a cartoon. But I just put in I said throw a politician off a mountain of corn, and it made a guy look just like LaHood. I didn't even have to say it. He's like the quintessential politician, apparently, according to. And they use races in a way which is so crazy. They use like black, white races in all the videos to like make it socially, woke. But it's an amazing. It is an amazing AI output. It's a lot of fun to play with. I mean, I have to accept that I am worthy of being mocked, and I don't, I think self-deprecation can be, in my position at least, not even being on the ballot. I mean, you're on the ballot, maybe it's not like your position, but to me, I mean, at this point, I'm just trying to get people to say, I want a Republican ballot on the touch screen. They literally have to spell my name exactly correctly, even just to get a register, for their output.
Well, I heard they didn't, and as long as they just have the intent, like they could just say your first name, can't they?
I would be willing to bet that it's got to be the exact spelling.
Well, Max is telling me that this Maxwell guy, that we're writing candidate against.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? I forgot his first name. Or no, that is his first name. Like Maxwell something.
Me decían, presidente, la solución a la violencia.
Sorry.
He fixed the Max, because now the Max might get it. They have to say his full name.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, it would be interesting if somebody wrote me a letter and somebody texted me and gave me more money and they were like, I appreciate you even running against LaHood. Like, it was like long overdue that somebody ran against him. I'm happy that you ran against him. And I was like, wow, like that made me feel really, huh?
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, somebody sent me a letter. Somebody sent the other candidates a letter. They sent LaHood a letter, and it is it's actually, if you look at Black in this room, that's his PTR. That's a letter somebody wrote LaHood and CC'd me on it. It's kind of funny. He said, "Say hi to dad. Say hi to dad." Yeah, they mock him in the letter. It's probably too hard to read, but they mock him gently. It's not like, I was kind of worried that like maybe it was like poisoned or something. Like the letter had shit on it. I don't know, but I opened it. It seemed pretty clean stuff. I immediately threw it out after I photographed it. Okay, this is what it says about you. Based on Mark Rice's campaign website, Ballotpedia Chicago Sun-Times questionnaire, here are his top 10 stated priorities for America and Illinois 8 voters. Number 1, strengthen the middle class by cutting taxes and spending. Number 2, reduce government waste, corruption, and impose term limits. Number 3, protect constitutional liberties from overreach. 4, secure borders and enforce immigration laws. 5, combat crime, drugs, and human trafficking. 6, address inflation and high costs for families. 7, promote economic growth and job creation in Illinois. 8, achieve energy independence and fair trade. 9, support allies and peace through military strength. 10, increase government accountability and transparency.
So boring, isn't it? I've been saying in my speeches, I'm not going to talk about all the usual bullshit. You know, it's like DEI and the economy and taxes. Let's skip all that stuff. Let's talk about how bad the GOP sucks. What we can do to actually change names and stuff.
Well, I would say that this app is actually a complaint app that I myself and many other people for years have just come here to essentially collect our complaints, and record them. And I mean, I read books on this app, I play music, but I have noticed that, people use it as a complaint portal. And so I'd like to ask people, if you were the leader, what would your top 3 priorities be for We the People? That tells me really who they are. So I don't know her 10 bullet list, but I asked, what are her could be viewed as controversial, and I asked for you, what are your 10 stated priorities? So
Let's just go into our websites and reading out the bullshit. That's all it really is.
Well, if she wants to make a digital dome, she's got a Chrome dome for her brain. If she thinks she's going to legislate Meta, Google, and $10 trillion worth of market cap, she's just spinning your wheels, ladies and gentlemen. This woman is an Elizabeth Warren regulator. She wants to kill business. She doesn't know how to run a business.
Yeah, I'm looking for that on her X. I don't see that yet. All the way to October.
Max kind of saved me because he told me that LaHood was a gun grabber, and then he showed me the WGL-TV news article saying that he wanted to raise the minimum age of purchase. And so when they interviewed me in Peoria, they said, you claim Darren LaHood is a gun grabber and is a traitor to the Second Amendment. What's your basis for that? And I gave them the link to the WGL, and I didn't even realize that it was from the same people interviewing me that they had published this. So they're like, oh, that's us. I was like, holy shit, that is you guys. You were the ones that called him the gun grabber. And Max gave me that little tidbit. I never would have thought it was a sensitive issue. But to Republicans, the Second Amendment is so sacred. Yeah. But Max gave me that little tidbit. I never would have said anything about it myself.
Yeah.
I never would have found it. Because Max just happened to see it in the news.
Yeah, I can't believe he is being from Peoria and all that. That's part of me.
He's got to be worried himself, in my opinion, because the liberal whack jobs on the left view him, as this pro-Trump MAGA extremist, and they hate him. Yeah, Paul Nolley. I debated him, and I wore my Meta glasses. I recorded him screaming at everybody. He's another liberal whack job, but he's a union, manager, steward, and he's into the trades. He's got a family. He's not, the devil, but he positions himself with all these crazy liberal whack jobs I don't know. His campaign has no followers. He's gonna get crushed. You know, the hood's gonna spend millions on his campaign. Maybe, maybe not. Who the hell knows?
Well, but he probably feel too threatened by him, right? I think it's like a R+20.
Yeah, LaHood. I mean, he's gonna sweep it for sure.
Yeah.
He's gonna sweep it up and go. You'll see him at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, you've met him. Like he's a family. He's got 3 kids and a wife. Like I'm not trying to. I think I'm trying to fight for America, and America is just families. So it's like I don't have anything against the guy personally. God bless him and his family. You know, I'm fighting for him. Fighting for his family. I mean, that's all we're doing.
You know who he's best friends with in Washington? Like who he and his wife hang out with?
Who?
Raja.
Oh well, maybe because they're
Fine.
I mean,
well, they're both from Peoria. Raja's from Peoria.
Well, they're both totally aligned corporately. I mean, they're 100%.
Right.
They're 100% aligned. Their votes are totally correlated, and you know they view themselves as intellectual opposites, but fiscally identical. I mean, that's the nature of the beast. But I'm not against the spending per se, but when you see that the fraud is such an epidemic, and that the Somalis are caught just was it 1 month? Only 1 month they got caught with 700 million, or was it like over 2 years at the airport in luggage? You know, they're taking the money out of this country, flying it to Dubai, flying it to Somalia. It's like we're getting ripped off at scale, and I mean, it doesn't even seem like. See, the problem is Medicare, Medicaid is a $50 billion fraud ring annually, 60 billion, maybe 100 billion. And when you're talking about 50 to 100 billion annually, and it's just going to keep going because there's no real safety guards, like they will pay out. It's terrifying. It's terrifying to know we're bleeding 50 million a year to fraud rings. It's like crush it at all stakes. Like be merciless, relentless, totally, you know, total transparency, and demand it. And we want arrests, major arrests. I mean, in scale, because the numbers are that bad. And like, if they have to send special forces after somebody in fucking Bangladesh because they've ripped us off by $3 billion, we'll do it. Like, this is out of control because it's that much money.
Right. But I'm looking on the X. It's just Jen Davis's X account. I guess she must have comments turned off. Can't see if there were comments. Where would you see that?
You have to click the individual post itself and then scroll down.
I do that, and then there's like a picture at the bottom, and there's like a heart and whatever, but there's no.
She's got no comments on her first post. Let me look at her media.
Yeah, maybe there are some that I show up.
One day ago, an army showed up for her. She's got no comments.
That's a total lie. It's a total lie.
My statement on the capture will do it.
Bagging event, and she's pretending like that was her volunteers.
Well, so the way that I clipped the 9th district debate, I would be better off in actually not attending your debate, but if I could film it from my studio, I could clip it and not make her feel uncomfortable or anybody else feel uncomfortable. But if I can just like record her at her most outlandish statements and like maybe get a crash out.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, you want her speaking in public so we can capture her true essence. Because most people will expose themselves as being, you know, hypocrites and obnoxious.
Right.
But recording her in person, like, even if I'm seated correctly, if I'm just like continually recording and it upsets somebody and they say, hey, put your phone away. Like that, I mean, but if you have a full video of it, then you can go back and clip it regardless. But to clip it quickly is nice because then you can just like, do the work and forget about it. But to spend a lot of time on it is a lot of time. But yeah, recording her will be invaluable. And if you want to push her buttons so you can try to get a clip out of her, you just need something to trigger her. It could be.
Yeah, no, I definitely do. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. It's just how do you want to do it, to what extent on the spectrum of disorder do you want to cause within her brain with regards to what you say to her, like depending on how
maximum, whatever I can do. I'd love to melt down, cry, and shit herself. That'd be great.
Well, you don't want to belittle you don't necessarily want to mock, I suppose, but anyways, it is what it is. I mean, you're going to go with the flow of it, but regardless of how it goes, you're going to be able to clip her. She's probably highly clippable in this debate, in my opinion, based on the vibe.
Yeah, no, I absolutely, when I'm asking her questions or responding to things, I want to say whatever I can to get her out of her comfort zone,
Mm-hmm.
Have to talk about things that she doesn't know about or that she's totally unprepared for, to defend herself, to make her seem as awkward as possible. So that's what I'm working
on. There's more candidates, right, than just her?
There are, but they're not. They're a little bit wacky. They're both, well, one's a felon, and the other one's kind of older and just kind of doesn't seem like he's with it, really. And I was told that one of them, that not the felon, but the other one, that he is only running because she's paying him to run, so that there can be another guy on the ballot to help take votes away from me.
Well, I would say there's probably a lot of daycare fraud and Medicare Medicaid fraud happening in Elgin and in Schaumburg.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to, you could hire a private investigator to go around and pull a Nick Shirley and just start recording everything and see where it
I'd
goes.
like to, even if I wasn't running for Congress, I'd like to do that. I think that'd be great.
Well, what are you going to do it all around the fucking whole state? It's everywhere. I'm just saying in your district, at least you could cry wolf.
Focus on my district. Just you'd have to figure, it's pretty complicated to figure out what federal money is being funneled through the state of Illinois for what, and which ones of those might have the highest chance that it's total fraud, and then go investigate, go drive like Nick really did to all these places, see if they're real or not. So, I'm on a big there, John. I'm getting tired, man. I'm fucking sleep. That's my bedtime.
Okay, good night. Good chatting with you. God bless.
Okay.
I'm going to go to bed too. Okay.
You too.
Okay, take care.
Okay, man.
Okay,
Take
bye.
care.
Take care, bye.
Goodbye.
inhale stars, exhale night. Wrap yourself in electric light. Oh, 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 let it go. Oh, feel it glow, glow. Take the deepest breath of the day. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold it close, let it align. Take the deepest breath of the day. Let it go, go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hey, the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking and your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be taken. The deepest breath of hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, 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 let it go, let it go. Oh, 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 let it go, let it go. Oh, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Oh, 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 let it go, let it go. Oh, 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 let it go, let it go. Oh, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking and your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be taken. The deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go. 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 Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking on your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be taken. The deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go. Hold, 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 let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, 10, 9, 9. Hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 9. Oh, let it go, 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 let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Oh, let it go, let it go, let it go. Oh, let it go, let it go, let it go. Oh, let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold. Let it go.
Stop thinking and your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. thinking, and your problems. The more I think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Yeah. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more you seek, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go.
You are here on delivery of Alistair Crowley, technical labors of the Lemon Liberals, subfigured all of Trace Liberals, subfigured all of Side bar, metalata, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberals, subfigured all of concordance, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberals, subfigured all of Alistair Crowley, libers, liberals, subfigured all of liberals, subfigured all the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. To be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that and no other shall say no. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of
as ye will, when, where, and with whom ye will, when, where, and with whom ye will. 5 man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. They shall serve. Love is the law, love under will. All I-57. You are here on the livery of Alistair Crowley, technical livers of the liberals, subfigure olive feet. Trace liberals, subfigure olive feet. Sayabah, Metzalata, Alistair Crowley, livers, liberals, subfigure Olivia. Concordance, Alistair Crowley, livers, liberals, subfigure Olivia.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plant something honest.
Running John Kitover, candidate for Congress.
Hey, Danny. How are you feeling? I know you're so proud of that 4K. How are you feeling?
Sick.
Oy vey. The followers
I
of
want this to kind of eating food.
the followers of the Rebbe say that saying Rabbono Shalom is extremely helpful.
I have to do the Misha Berach for Lil 80. I haven't heard from her in a week.
No, Haiti?
Is in the hospital.
Oy vey.
Oh. You look like a congressman. I really like the red tie. That's a power move. You kind of dress like Trump. You just look a little better in the suit. Who's the girl
The girl?
with Trump in the AI music section?
I'm not sure if that was real or fake, but I saw it on, I think, Instagram. Trump takes a lot of photos with hot chicks. I'm like, keep finding them. I'm like, holy shit, this guy, like, hot chicks are always asking him to take a photo.
It's funny.
I'm gonna go to Taco Bell.
I kind of want like that cheese. That's not really cheese. It's 2 in the morning. What does IHOP have for snooze? Clam chowder is so gross. Yeah.
I'm building up a Taco Bell sauce collection. I'm gonna make it into an art project.
They would always give me so many of them, and I wouldn't even use them. You know what? Nowadays, they don't really give the sauce if you don't ask, or they ask you and I say no. I love their like sauce that costs money.
Mm-hmm.
I like the avocado like sauce. I like the spicy ranch. Like I like their like sauces like that.
Well, take good care of yourself tonight, because the way you take care of yourself tonight is the way you're gonna feel tomorrow morning, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, what are you gonna get from Taco Bell? You know the guy that talks about health? He says that the worst part of Taco Bell is the tortilla, because there's aluminum in tortilla.
Aluminum tortillas. I saw a video today of somebody took molten lava and poured it on top of a McDonald's like like double Whopper or Big Mac, whatever the fuck. It didn't even burn through it. It just like it couldn't even penetrate the bun. It couldn't penetrate the meat. It's just like molten lava falls off of it. So it's like the human stomach acid is so powerful.
We can only hope.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I lost my credit card twice in 2 weeks.
I don't even have one. I'm so broke.
Oh God. Danny, you really got to, you have no choice but to focus your mind on your, optimization. Everyone is challenged with the same rules. So there's ways to challenge your mind. Spirituality and reading these sacred texts is one way to focus your mind for optimization. So never poo-poo reading sacred texts. If you have the time, it's basically, a way to connect with the source power, because you're technically energy, like your whole existence is energy for just a brief short amount of time. But what I'm trying to say is energy conservation, like how you use your energy, is very important. So that's what life is, really. What do you think? Activate it?
Yeah, no, I know. We're all just little energy, and they say when you die, your light goes out. But maybe it just moves faster than the speed of light, and we don't catch the light actually moving. But they do say that we have a light and it goes out. That could be the biofield. Maybe we don't take our biofield with us. But I want an afterlife,
Yeah, I think everybody gets one, at least one. Because if there's like a round of rebirths or something, you could opt out of the rebirth if you had the, say so, or the option. Weird. Why is it telling me it's a visa?
Does that have to do with the karma?
Karma. Karma is like your action, meaning what you're doing right now is important because you're talking to me because I'm important and you're important. But like, because I know you're sick and I know I just got over the flu, and it was really brutal. So I feel your pain and I tried to take the best care of myself, but I shouldn't have gone out. I know you said you met your friend who got you sick and you shouldn't have gone out. It's like a warning. You're going to heal, but it's like a warning. It's like in the future, it's like, nah, then maybe I'll just not, let's just get on a conference call.
Yeah, and I'm kind of happy because I'm losing all the weight I put on being reckless. So there's good to it.
Well, I mean, losing weight by going to the gym and eating healthy is like the best way to lose weight, unfortunately. Like you need to hydrate, like your throat is being damaged, even talking to me. Time to place this order with Taco Bell.
You're right. What do you get there? Crunch wraps, chalupas?
Google Pay.
Mexican pizzas?
I can't, for some reason, choose the credit card that I want. Should I try PayPal? Oh, no.
I always have trouble paying for Taco Bell, so I haven't used the app in months. And I used to get rewards and all the good stuff, but now I don't anymore.
Okay, this is what we got. We got the steak cheesy dipping burritos with steak cheesy dipping burritos and the creamy jalapeno sauce. Oh! Did you hear that fucking bell? Shit, that's my first bell. Shit. I got 48 points. Only 206 more points needed to my next fucking bell, bitch. So we got the volcano quesarito. We added guac, jalapeno peppers, tomatoes. We got the cheesy bean and rice burrito. We added black beans and onions. Thank you for your Taco Bell order. Get it at the drive-thru and track it. We also...
Is that the pickled radishes tomorrow, right? Is that what they are? Or?
What the fuck? Where's my... Okay, so we also got the classic stacker, and we added jalapeno peppers, onion, and tomato. We got the avocado, verde salsa packet. We got the mild sauce packet, the hot sauce packet, the fire sauce packet, and the Diablo sauce packet. And then finally, we got the steak cheesy dipping burritos with the steak cheesy dipping burrito sauce and the creamy jalapeno sauce. Oy vey! Is it kosher? Could I, if I was in Israel right now, could I order Taco Bell Rabona Shalom? I don't know. I don't remember seeing no Taco Bell in Israel.
It's like I can't give up the Taco Bell.
So the worst part is I gotta go outside now and shovel and brush off my car. But the good news is after that's complete, I'm on my way to the new Taco Bell in town, baby. It's a brand new Taco Bell. I was there the other day. It sucked. But I'm hoping my second experience will be more delightful. So I've been posting to Sora, this AI video app, and I've been posting them to Instagram. They're super funny if you want to check it out. If you have Instagram on your phone, just go to John Kitover, follow me, and then retweet one of my, or repost one of my Sora videos, and then create a Sora account, of course, and then do the...
water.
Do the facial recognition on Sora and then let anybody create for you, and then I'll put you in one of my campaign videos. Ooh, Daniel Nero's here. Maybe he could read us about my 266 signatures as a writing candidate for Congress. Daniel, great news. I'm going to Taco Bell to pick up an exquisite dinner. Only $20-something. Super excited. Danny left us too. I'm going to Taco Bell, Daniel. I know you said you were kind of big in the hip, wide at the shoulder, narrow at the hip. You ain't got no big, don't give no big, no lip to Daniel Nero. Oh, it's been a long day, Daniel. The Chicago Bears have lost. Tragedy. The whole city is just grief-stricken. All these political people were saying, we gotta crush the Rams. And then they lose, and then everybody's joy goes out. But last week, or 2 weeks ago, was wild when the Bears beat the Green Bay. I was like, well, Daniel, I'm gonna get ready to go to Taco Bell. That means I gotta put on my pants, put on a jacket, put on my hat, go outside and shovel all the snow and brush my car off. But first, Daniel, guess what I got? I got a magic trick. I got the auto start. So guess what I'm going to do right now, Daniel? I'm going to auto start and get the warmth of the car going. So that way, when I'm waiting at the drive-thru to pick up my Taco Bell from Young Brand Foods Incorporated, I won't have to sit there chilly-willy. I'll be warm, Daniel. I'll have the heat of technology warming my bosom. The heat of leather seats on my tuchus. The heat of a leather seat on my groin. The heat of a leather seat on my legs. And then I'm gonna, I gotta find my car keys, Daniel. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave you with a little music from the 16th District. And as a write-in candidate, I want to thank you for coming here. Go to John Kitover on Instagram to see all of our latest Suno videos. You're going to love the AI videos of John Kitover. I've turned myself into a cartoon, and I'd like to give you now a song dedicated to Bima, my favorite begonia here on Clown House. Wait, that's not working. Ah! We got feedback! Feedback, I tell you. That can't work. I have to keep the volume down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and we're going to go back here.
Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Without no seams, no needlework, then she'll be a true love of mine. On the side of the hill, in the sprinkling of leaves, washes the grave with silvery tears. A soldier cleans and polishes a gun, sleeps unaware of a clarion call. Tell her to find me an acre of land, parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Between the salt water and the sea strands, then she'll be a true love of mine. War bells blazing in scarlet battalions, generals order their soldiers to kill and to fight for a cause they have long ago forgotten. Tell her to reap it with a sickle of leather, parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Gather it all in a bunch of heather, then she'll be a true love of mine. Paul Simon, official site sign up, toggle navigation, songs in Bermuda, one who lives there, she once was a true love of mine. On the side of the hill, in the deep forest green, Tracing a sparrow on snow-crested brow. Blankets and bedclothes, a child of the mountain, sleeps unaware of the clarion call. Tell her to make me a cambric shirt, parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme, without no seams or needlework. Then she'll be a true love of mine. On the side of a hill, in the sprinkling of leaves, washes the grave with silvery tears. The soldier clings and polishes a gun, sleeps unaware of the clarion call. Tell her to find me an acre of land, parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme, between the salt water and the sea strands. Then she'll be a true love of mine. War bellows blazing in scarlet battalions. Generals order their soldiers to kill and to fight for a cause they have long ago forgotten. Tell her to reap it with a sickle of leather, parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme, and gather it all in a bunch of heather. Then she'll be a true love of mine.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it take the deepest breath of the day. For 10 seconds, hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it go.
10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Do not seek the truth, only abstain from views. Do not dwell in views. Be careful not to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, do not even maintain the one. There is no arising, then everything is without blame. No blame, no things, no rising, no mind. The subject follows when the object ceases. The object is expelled when the subject sings. The object is related to the subject. The subject is related to the object. The object. If you want to know these two, their origin is one emptiness. In one emptiness, both are equal, evenly contained innumerable forms. If you do not differentiate in cause and find, you will not be for or against the great waves all embracing, neither easy nor difficult. Small views are irresolute, full of doubt. Now in haste, then too late. Grasp beyond measure, and you will go disliking the Sixth Sense objects turns out equal to perfect awakeness. The wise performs through non-action, the fool ties himself. Things are not different. Ignorance leads to preference. Do not seek the true, only abstain from views. Do not dwell in dual views. Be careful not to pursue them. Slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, do not even maintain the one. With one mind, there is no arising, and everything is without blame. No blame, no thing, no arising, no mind. The subject follows when the object ceases. The object is expelled when the subject sinks. The object is related to the subject. The subject is related to the object. If you want to know these two, their origin is one emptiness. In one emptiness, both are equal, evenly contained innumerable forms. Do not differentiate your course and find, and you will not be for or against. The great way is all embracing, neither easy nor difficult. Small views are irresolute, full of doubt. Now in haste, then too late. Grasp beyond measure, and you will go astray. Letting go leads to spontaneity. Essence never goes nor avoids. Accord your nature with the way and go free of troubles. Better thinking strays from the real, it darkens, sinks, and spoils. To weary the spirit is not good, of use are strange and familiar. In following the own vehicle, do not dislike the Sixth Sense objects. Not disliking the Sixth Sense objects turns out equal to perfect wickedness. The wise performs through non-action, the fool ties himself. Things are not different, ignorance leads to preference. The best way, not the figure, it only excuse picking and choosing. Once you stop loving and hating, it will enlighten itself. Depart for a handbreadth, and heaven and earth are set apart. If you want it to appear, do not be for or against. To set longing against. cherishing oneness in the herd. Everything will stop by itself. Rest to stop motion, and rest will move you again. If you are nearly there, how will you know oneness? Now understanding oneness, you will listen to ways, excelling beyond you without it, following in Venus, you're always behind it. The more words and thoughts, the more you will go astray. Stop speaking, stop thinking, and there is nothing you cannot understand. Return to the roof and obtain the reward. Following the outcome, you lose the source for a moment. Turn inward and surpass the emptiness of things. Changes that go on in emptiness all have their cause in ignorance. Do not seek the truth, only abstain from views. Do not dwell into views. Be careful not to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, do not even maintain the one. With one mind there is no rising, then everything is without blame. No blame, no things, no rising, no The best way not to free it only excludes picking and choosing. Once you stop loving and hating, it will enlighten itself. Depart for a hairbreadth, and heaven and earth are set apart. If you want it to appear, do not be for or against. To set longing against loathing makes the mind sick, not knowing the deep meaning. It is useless to quiet thoughts. Complete it is like great vacuity with nothing lacking, nothing in excess. When you grasp and reject, there is no suchness. Do not follow conditions. Do not dwell in emptiness. Cherishing oneness in the earth. Everything will stop by itself.
not seek the true, only abstain from views. Do not dwell in dual views. Be careful not to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, do not the best way not to think it only excludes picking and choosing. Once you stop loving and hating, it will enlighten itself. Depart for all and heaven and earth are set apart. If you want it to appear, do not be for or against. To set longing against longing makes the mind sick of knowing the yearning. It is useless to quiet thoughts. Complete it is like great vacuity with nothing lacking, nothing in excess. When you grasp and reject, there is no suchness. Do not follow conditions. Do not dwell in emptiness. Cherishing oneness in the earth, everything will stop by itself. Rest to stop motion, and rest will move you again. If you are merely in ether, how will you know oneness? Now understanding oneness, you will listen to ways expelling beyond. You will without it, following emptiness. You are always behind. The more words and thoughts, the more you will go astray. Stop speaking, stop thinking, and there is nothing you cannot understand. Return to the roof and obtain the purport. Following the outcome, use the source for a moment, turning words past the emptiness of things. Changes that go on in emptiness all have their cause in ignorance. Do not seek the truth, only abstain from views. Do not dwell in dual views. Be careful not to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, do not even maintain the one. With one mind there is no rising. Then everything is without blame. This is not the faith in the ordinary sense. It is a belief that comes from first-hand experience. A faith which arises out of supreme knowledge and wisdom of enlightenment. This believing is an affirmation that all existence or reality is essentially the Buddha mind, which is our true nature. Hasten is the conviction that at the bottom of all phenomena lies the one mind, the Buddha mind which is one with our real nature, the Buddha nature. Hasten literally means heart. It means mind, not the deluded mind of the ignorant, but the Buddha mind. Hasten is the mind that merges with the all-encompassing one mind. Ming literally means inscription. It means written expression or record. Ming also means warnings or admonitions. Hasten Ming is one of the earliest and most influential Zen writings. It is usually referred to as the first Zen poem. It consists of 146 unrhymed, 4 character 1 verses 2, totophistic 4 characters. Daishin Haising Ming was composed in Shi 4 form. Shi was the principal poetic form in use in the early period. It is first used in the Book of Odes 5. Like the early Shi, the Hessing Hassin Ming consists of lines that have 4 characters in length. But contrary to most Shi, no end rhyme is employed in the poem. Means belief or faith. This is not the faith in the ordinary sense. It is a belief that comes from first-hand experience. A faith which arises out of supreme knowledge and wisdom of enlightenment. This believing is an affirmation that all existence or reality is essentially the Buddha mind, which is our true nature. Hasten is the conviction that at the bottom of all phenomena
Each written expression or record mean also means warnings or admonitions. Hastening is one of the earliest and most influential Zen writings. It is usually referred to as the first Zen poem. It consists of 4 finder 6 underlined, 4 character 1 verses 2 nonsense. Those 4 characters. Being was composed in shape or form. She was the principal poetic form in use in the early period. It is first used in the Book of Oldest Fire. Like the early shit, Hasten Ming consists of lines that are 4 characters in length. But contrary to most shish, no end rhyme is employed in the poem. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst avoid the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be.
Plus, the number that's got me shaking my head is 34 trillion. That's what the national debt is right now. It's all zeros. We feel it when the interest rates climb. Seed loans are cheap.
Let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Forth let the will to life be found, to the realm of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and haunts, hour after hour by vigilance. Intense and keen, turn inwardness. No atom of analysis. Securely pinned, still every whisper.
Registering for losing collecting signatures to bring the strike order from the Democrats. Keep on happening.
So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in 1 word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in 1 overpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet, even in this, my son, thou shalt not. Don't forget, if thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding need for sight and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star. Crowley, being 8 and 1 and 1 in 8.
The fraud here. There's no.
Let the body of thee be still.
Sean, I fucking filmed my entire campaign.
By the ceremonies of
You have any idea how much money, and how much hard work I spent finding 1,600 pages worth of signatures? Anyway, Sean, there is no fraud. This is all clubhouse fraud.
Let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow.
Those highways tire communities together.
So that
The sunrise, the factories that keep America running. The museum will represent who shows up for all. I'm John City.
Pacific swoop.
Those are some of the zip codes that make up Illinois' 16th district.
Let thy life be pure and calm. Sway softly as
Jump me out here and stood up for soybean folks, John. We're glad to stand up for you.
let the will to live be bound to the wild love of the profound.
Those highways tire communities.
Fifth, let the thought divinely free.
Election day, find the right advice.
Watch every thought that springs in hands.
How many billions the national debt adds this thing? It stacks up like plates in a sink. And eventually the sink overflows. We can't just mop around and we have to turn off the tap. That means getting serious about what we spend, but also about how many billions the national debt adds this thing. It stacks up like plates in a sink. And eventually the sink overflows. We can't just mop around and we have to turn off the tap. That means getting serious about what we spend, but also about how many billions the national debt adds this thing. We're registering voters and collecting signatures to break the stranglehold of the Republican and Democrat machine. Want to add your name? Yeah, absolutely. Great. Just fill in the info here and sign at the bottom. Thanks for stepping up. Every signature.
My son, I shall not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart.
What we do with politics is the people. Time to plan something honest.
Right, not over, thy radiance that rolls.
Next.
Don, get over. Don, get over. Don, get over. Don, get over.
Frank Iverson. I know all about it. I bought it. I share it. You like steak? I don't. I deliver steak. Oh, yeah, good steak. You deliver your steak, would you? Good price, though. The best. Don't wait. Thanks, guys. My friend Frank Iverson. I know all about it. To the truck. Yeah, I bought it. I share it. You like steak? I don't. I deliver steak. Oh, yeah, good steak. You deliver your steak, would you? Good price, though. The best. Don't wait. Thanks, guys. My friend Frank Iverson. I know all about it. To the truck. Yeah, I bought it. I share it.
A man calling himself Berlin hired a bounty hunter to find mainline associates. That bounty worked for you. I've since dispatched the camp. I want their names. I'm willing to pay $3 million. You have 30 seconds? Or what? Or you give me the names for free. We really should kill you and keep the money. Now there's a point of view that I can relate to. Give me what I want, and so help me God, I'll make it rain fire on you. It's automatic combat. Hey, I just got pulled over by what is he charged it? What is he charged it? The insurance company just found him. Just paid Pittsburgh just about sobriety says. No, I'm not under that small sense of sobriety says. Okay. It's kind of cold out here. I was walking around this cold out here. Can you feel my hands? I can't come out with that feeling, bro. It's all free on the deck. That's it. It's cold.
Oh shit. It's crazy. Holy shit.
First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thou mayst abort. The fidget babes that tease the
Hey, y'all meet me out here. Stood up for some.
next. Breath rhythm below.
Those are some of the zip codes that make up Illinois' 16th district, our home, and we deserve better representation. I'm John Kitover, running as a write-in for the United States Congress. Career politics. Hey, y'all meet me out here. Those highways tiring. Election day, why the write-in box? Next.
To the one love of the profound fifth. From sense observe its vigilance intense and key, turned inward miss. No atom of analysis. 6 on one thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditations deep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one overpower. Time like the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even never stop. Crowley, there are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy be in tune with the great sea's specific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swaying softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hence, hour after hour thy vigilance intense and turned inward.
I'm doing something right quick. Don't make me mad. 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 Hey, please. Doing something, bro. Come on, man. What the fuck, bro? That's that 15 trying to tell you, bro. I'm doing something right quick, bro.
In one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I reveal. thy radiance that rose afar, oh brother of the silver star. Cried aha, cried aha.
College education, trade school. We see that the Republican Party.
That legislation with bipartisan votes. So college or job. So those politicians get justice today.
Eventually happen.
It's going to take a real fight to get corporations to make that happen. Let's see the end. Yes, other folks, this is not just
Texas. Under 30 hours. 20 up to it. And that's what you ask for.
Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. That let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a windless fall. Forth let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observance, entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward mist. No atom of an honesty. Someone thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. Soar like a flame, straight and unstirred. Burn up thy being in one word. And still that ecstasy prolong. Thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thine attention from the chosen act. That's all these things in one or power. The oneness is yet even in this. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
24, 36, 87. 24, 36, 87. 24, 36, 87. 24, 36, 87.
It's the video.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus the
next amount. Fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low. Easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth,
Still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act? Last all these things in one overpowered. Time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this.
His report, Sora is the latest trend in video and audio. His report, Sora is the latest trend in video and audio. Come on, you can do it.
Your Highness, can you tell us what happened?
John Kitover, and I'm running as a write-in for Congress this Tuesday, March 17th. I'm not on the printed election day. Find the write-in box.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8.
Those highways tear up
The body of peace bound by the cerements of will. Frigid thoughts thou makest the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. Slow that my being with the grace of space. Let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a wingless palm. Force let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Faith let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance. Hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turned inward miss. No atom of another sense. Sits on one thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred. Burn up thy being in one word. Next till that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one overpowered. Time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son. Thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, side, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart. I revere, Master, I revere thy radiance that rolls afar. Oh, brother of the silver star.
gotta be shaken.
Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God.
It's truly a taste of God, for it is God.
68, 75, 57. $58, 43, 68.
He's been the only man that he would have done all that. might have been the only man we would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man we would have done no less. But for each man, if each man had been the only man they would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man they would have done no less. But for each man, if each man had been the only man, maybe he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man, he would have done no less.
$28, $84, $66.
Those highways tie our communities together. Those are some of the zip codes that make up Illinois' 16th district. Hey, y'all, meet me out here. You stood up for some. Those highways tie.
Election day, find the write-in button.
53, 98, 89. 53, 98, 89. 53, 98, 89.